Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Saturday, April 1st, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got WWE WrestleMania Goes Hollywood, WrestleMania 39. Live stream, live reactions, night one, full show watch along. Let's fucking get it. This is going to be fun. The card looks pretty good too. You know, I know there's been years past where we were like, okay, is the card going to actually live up to the WrestleMania name? And I'm thinking that it has a really good shot to do that. So one sec here. We'll get everything kind of situated. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. This is going to be a good one. And obviously I'm working each day to try to get the thumbs on a good point. And I'm really happy on how things are really starting to progress. And, once you start to feel kind of the ideas kind of bouncing around, then you can get creative with it. And I'm proud on how this one came out. It looks very, very good. Let's go. And then we can kind of go over some of the matches. We're going to get started here in about, 13 minutes. So we'll hopefully get some people coming through, and everyone's kind of getting all their snacks and beer and chips and burgers and everything all ready to go. And then we'll have to see on how they end up doing the order. The Usos and going against Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. I thought that, they would be either using this one as the first match or the last match. And I don't know if they're going to be moving things around, but it was rumored that we would have Charlotte Flair and Ripley, headline at the very, very end, unless they switch it with this particular matchup. But I assume they're going to try to be able to, make the women, be noticed, and then have the men's with their moments as well. So I think that they'll probably open with this match. And typically you want to open with what you think might be the second best match on night one. So this one should be very, very good. I don't have any doubts on this one. You got Austin Theory versus John Cena. I don't really think this is going to be that great. It's, are we really invested in Theory and Cena? I don't know. Cena had his time, and it's like you're bringing these legends back. I would have rather had The Rock come back. But, it is what it is. But obviously for anyone that, had that love for John Cena at any point in his career, heel or face, should have went heel probably towards 2010, 2011, 2012, maybe NWO. But I don't know. I'm kind of on this one. We'll see where this goes. Becky Lynch, Lita, and Trish Stratus versus Bayley, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai. Damage Control. This one, I hope, ends up being pretty good, but when you have Trish and Lita, I mean, they're going to pick their spots, and hopefully, even though they're the OGs, that they can hold their own, and hopefully this ends up being pretty good. Seth Rollins, all right, versus Logan Paul. This might steal the show. This could end up being the showstopper. We already know Logan Paul is very athletic, and you know how I feel about Seth Rollins. He's fantastic. He's my favorite. So even though Seth is in this position to be with Logan Paul, which some people might say this is a disadvantage, or maybe like with a Theory and Cena, but these guys are athletic. So you already know that they're going to have some crazy table spots or crazy high-risk moves, and maybe we see something out of Logan Paul that we never thought he could do. And I think that this one could actually be better than people think. I'm more interested in this match than this one. I'm more interested in this match than this one. And I feel my interest in this match equals this one. This is going to be great. And I actually have a feeling that this is going to be great too. This one right here with Braun Strowman and Ricochet, the Street Profits, Alpha Academy, and the Viking Raiders, on paper, and when you're looking at it, you're like, but as long as they put up really good spots and they do really cool double team, triple team, type of moves, something innovative, and we have some good battles, this one could be pretty good, even though it looks like maybe it'll be kind of like on this level where it's okay. Maybe this one ends up being a little bit crazier with the participants. Obviously, Ray and Dominic, you don't really know what we're going to get with these two, with the chemistry and obviously being father-son. So I think this one will steal the show as well. We already know the athleticism is here, but when you actually have father-son, and Dominic is starting to get kind of a push, and it's nice to, have that faction with him. with Finn Balor, with Ripley, and Damian Priest with Judgment Day. So I think that was the perfect faction, my favorite new one, and the perfect, member for him to be able to be groomed under Ripley, who's going to be obviously the women's champ, right? They're going to try to build her legacy. I love Finn Balor as well as Damian Priest. They're very unique and they're very different. So this one should shine. This one should shine. This one will be great. And then obviously, I think this will be great as well. You mean passing the torch. Flair's champ. She's the big name, her and Bianca Belair. But obviously, with Asuka going against Bianca Belair, Charlotte Flair, and Ripley, the chances of them both dropping the belt is not likely. Even though Asuka deserves it, we'll probably get a Ripley win tonight, and we'll probably keep a Bianca Belair retain over Asuka, which is kind of bullshit because Asuka does deserve to have her WrestleMania moment. It would be really cool to actually do it. Like if Bianca Belair, can have a rematch or whatever, but just to be able to give someone their WrestleMania moment instead of continuously giving the same females or males, their WrestleMania moment, it'd be nice to spread the love and the belts around a little bit. So I would love to see both champs drop the belt and kind of pass the torch a little bit. And if they have rematches, great. If they go on to different females and males for feuds and storylines, so be it. But we will see. But so overall, the only thing that I'm really concerned about on day one is probably this right here and probably this. And I hope they live up to the expectations. So these ones are going to be prove it to me that I'm invested here. Prove it to me. Just besides the nostalgia with Cena. Not a lot of people enjoy Theory. He's starting to get a little bit better on the mic and whatnot, but hopefully this has some crazy spots in it. So there's a chance that maybe this would be the worst one out of them all. Maybe. I mean, unless Cena can hold his own. I mean, instead of just the nostalgia, fans are going to want to see Cena be like, we know that it's not the same John Cena, but, we have high expectations. It is WrestleMania. So, I mean, as I'm looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matches on day one or night one, I'm thinking 5 have a chance to be outstanding. 2, average or below average, unless they, can really put in the work and steal the show as well. But chances of getting 7 good matches on day one and having 7 good ones, if we have that tomorrow, I have to count them. We'll kind of have to wait and see. But I'm ready to go. I am ready to go. Sarah in the building, how are you? Let's get to 100 and donos. The tag title match, I believe, is the main event. Ray and Dominic, yeah. I think it could, because you got to think, even though we know Ray can do the moves, but maybe they have some extra special stuff, because it's father-son and chemistry, them, actually practicing on some maybe stuff that they normally wouldn't do just because it's WrestleMania. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we will kind of wait and see. I mean, there's a lot of, matchup on paper. Looks great. This one for the feud looks good. That was good build-up. And this one, I feel this one, they kind of just threw it together, but it has an opportunity to shine because of the participants. And you could be able to, have some really athletic, cool stuff out of Ricochet. Street Profits, what they bring you. And obviously with Montez Ford and his athleticism, Braun with the power, Alpha Academy, great with the microphone and, kind of being silly. Viking Raiders giving you that power. And then obviously here, a lot of people might think that this is like Logan Paul, but Logan will be able to do some athletic moves and, just like, Bunny and McAfee, Paul, they all can wrestle. So I think this one could actually steal the show and be better than people think. Seth is going to be a 10 out of 10. People are thinking that maybe Logan's going to put in like a 5 and Seth will carry him. Logan can put up an 8 performance or better, depending on how much high risk they do. This could be a 10 effort out of Logan Paul and a 10 out of Seth. And then for as far as like athleticism and spots, big crazy things where we're saying, holy shit, we might be able to get a couple of those in this match. At least that's what I'm hoping. And then we got the old school with Becky Lynch and then obviously Damage Control. So I'm very interested to see kind of the double team and triple team moves that we get here. And hopefully Trish and Lita, they don't try to do too much since they're a little bit older. Same thing goes here with John Cena. Don't try to do too much, wrestle within yourself. But which is probably better said, easier said than done. And I don't know. This one is probably the one that I'm least invested in. Yeah, it's Cena, but I don't know. If his Theory is Vince's boy, I don't know. I just can't see him being the new John Cena. He's not over like Cena. Even if you gave Theory the belt, I don't think people would care. right? And then we got this, the Usos, Sami Zayn, and Kevin Owens. This is probably the one match that I feel I'm invested in the most, with the whole journey with the bloodline and everything they had with Sami Zayn, honorary Us, getting Usi, and then this whole process. So they built this match up great. They built this one up good. They built this one up good. This one is just kind of, let's throw it out the wall. Hey, this one too. Hey, whatever. Let's throw this out there. No really build up here. And so at least you have the ones that have the build up. So, it's all about building that storyline and, kind of getting things to come together. Jameson in the building. How are you? What's good? How are you, brother? I'm ready. I am ready. Let's go. Let's go. Did you get a chance to watch baseball today, you guys? I mean, the Mariners play, and I have to record it. And obviously, maybe I can try to watch, two things at once, but I can't. When I watch Mariners, I have to have full focus. And if it's WrestleMania, I have to have full focus, so it's like, okay, I got to watch WrestleMania, then I'm recording the game, and then I'll watch, obviously Logan Gilbert do his thing. We're going to get the dub since we're going to be losing tomorrow, and kind of going from there. And then obviously the men's basketball championship, the Final Four, FAU as the underdog is up 65-60 against San Diego State, who's a 5 seed. And then you're going to have the obviously the Miami and UConn matchup after. So we'll know who ends up, going to the championship game. But when it's WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, any of the big ones, Money in the Bank, whatever, even those mid-tier ones, I want to make sure I enjoy it and soak it in. Baseball can be recorded. I'll watch that later. And then I want to be able to just dive into this. So should be fun. Finley in the building. What to do? Let's go. Did they get payback? 4-1 against the Blue Jays. 2 great teams that are going to go on a deep run, the Cardinals and Blue Jays. That's awesome. You had to get a little bit of payback. So let's go. And like I said, I hope you guys are enjoying the slowly but steady improvement with me bringing out my creativity and giving you guys thumbs that I've always wanted. You guys already know I hit you with the best HD and 4K photos. I give you a presentation and a broadcast, not with just my energy, but with my knowledge, with the people that we have that are a part of this channel, which is a big part of the success of the channel. Not myself, but the people who are here. It's a great combination, but I'm slowly but surely improving my thumbnail skills. And as you guys can see in the last, 3, we're trending where it's going to be, instead of having these thumbnails that I don't know what I'm doing and I'm just trying to do the best that I can, and having thumbnails that are like a 5 or maybe a 7, if I have extra money, Johnny, you got to, fork off the cash, and then you get like a thumb that's a 10 out of 10. I feel now very confident and with the abilities and all the techniques that I have. So I feel now every thumb should be like an 8, a 9, or a 10. And obviously with me in the middle, you can't see the actual adjustment, but I had to put Seth Rollins in the middle with the shield. Come on, man. This one turned out pretty good. I just tried to make sure it wasn't just the WrestleMania logo, and I adding a few, of the logos and, wrestlers in there like Seth and Logan Paul. It turned out good. And just putting my little touch on it. So it feels good to be able to have like that under my belt now, because like, obviously we know there's a lot of clickbait out there. There's a lot of people that have great thumbs and their channels aren't as good as the thumb, but you have to be able to capture people that are newbies that don't know who you are, to have them want to click, on your thumbnail just to see if they think it's a good fit or not. And, I always felt that, I needed to get better. I needed to be able to take it to that top tier, just like the 4K and HD photos I show. Can't have those being a 10 out of 10 and having the thumbs be a 5 to an 8. But obviously being good at making thumbs is a very difficult thing. There's a reason why people get money, for doing what they do. Shit, maybe one day that'll be something where people will be hooking me up and they'll be like, hey, I need you to make me something. But as long as I can keep showing my personality and my kind of style with it, it feels good. It feels really good to be, because it's a form of expression. It's kind of like, when people dance or they sing or they rap or whatever, is to be able to express yourself. And I have to do that, obviously, with amazing photos. And now I feel the thumbs are really coming along. 65-60 FAU. It looks like FAU is going to win the game. I mean, things could turn. But, FAU has been ahead the whole game. They feel like they're in really good control. And this shouldn't really surprise anybody, because the whole season, it's always been the lower seed. So it's like, if that's the case, then we're going to get FAU and Miami in the fucking championship, which would be the most craziest shit of all time. It's like something that you made up when you did a simulation, like, in college basketball or Madden or NBA, like, NBA Live or 2K, and you're just doing like this pretend fake simulation. And then even if you did a simulation, you wouldn't even come out with FAU and Miami or any of these fucking 4 teams. FAU, San Diego State, Miami, UConn. What is this? Like some, Michael Jordan international preseason game? That's like weird. Like, these are 4 teams that you wouldn't think. And that's going to be a hard thing for them to be able to grab people to watch these, especially with WrestleMania, baseball, and other things that are going on. But, of course, we're going to keep our eyes on it. But instead of doing it as the primary, I mean, it doesn't really grab you. Like maybe Iowa and LSU for the women's. I'm more excited about that. With Iowa and LSU going in that championship for the women's with Caitlin Clark than any of these matchups that we're going to get in the men's. It's the first time that I'm more interested in the women's than the men's, in the basketball. It's just, and it shows you, I think that she is going to generate a whole nother fan base that are basketball fans, primarily men's, but we're going to keep an eye on Caitlin Clark. And, some people, they might not want to admit it, but they'll be watching her games. And I think it's going to be great for the sport, where we have someone that is a woman that plays as good as the best women, but plays good as a guy would, and sometimes maybe even better than a guy. You know what I mean? Like, we know the guys are more athletic in the NBA. They make more money, everything else, right? More endorsement deals. But I think with her, she could be like the first female that breaks through into the sport further than all the others, and really bring awareness to like, hey, this was me in college, but if she can put up some huge numbers and average like 30 or 40 in WNBA, I guarantee there's going to be more people that are going to want to, pay attention. They might not watch the whole game, but anytime you get someone that's just like the new thing, a Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson, you're intrigued. You're like, I want to see, what this is all about. And anyone that's watched her play, I haven't seen too many people that have that IQ. Really good IQ, great, form, really good at everything. Deep range, pull-ups, pump fakes, when she had the pick and roll and that defender who was 6'7". If she would have just shot it normally, she would have got fucking rejected like Mutombo. But she did the step through and the pump fake. I was very impressed. I'll let you know. I'm gonna follow her career, and I'll follow Sabrina Anoscu because obviously she's Go Ducks and she's from here. But it's cool. It's cool to be able to see. And we got our little Sea to Shining Sea, America, baby. All right, we're getting ready for WrestleMania 39, night 1. Let's fucking go, huh? We got some good matches on the card as well. I'm excited. 2 nights. Tomorrow's going to be a long fucking day, though, because we're going to have WrestleMania, night 2, and then I got to do NASCAR Richmond. So we're going to be streaming from probably 12 p.m. to like 9. It's going to be like 9 hours consecutively. Pray for my health, all right? But look at this motherfucking card. The Usos versus Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens has a potential to be a 10 out of 10. All right, Austin Theory, John Cena, 5 to a 7. I don't know how many of us are invested. It's going to be cool to see Cena, but what are we going to get wrestling-wise? Probably a little old and rusty. And Theory, no one cares. Whether you get better on the mic, your look, you're trying to be baby John Cena. That's what Vince had in mind as why they are wrestling each other here. But, even if you put the World Heavyweight Championship on Theory, no one cares. No one's buying the gimmick. No one cares about you. At least that's how I feel. Maybe you guys feel differently and you love Theory, but there's a lot of other guys that I would rather watch than him. I know there's some skill there, and you've been getting better on the mic, but I just don't really give a shit about you in the ring or on the mic. I'm not bought in. I'm not sold on you as a person or a wrestler. So, and I know a lot of y'all probably think the same thing. Like, you're indispensable. Like, if you fucking left WWE, I wouldn't even care. Like, no one would give 2 shits. You know what I'm saying? You probably would be better off in AEW, honestly. Okay. This one, I'm concerned about Lita and Trish. Obviously, beautiful OGs. They started the pioneering for the women's division. Becky Lynch, obviously, always an underdog. I like Bayley, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai in Damage Control. So the only ones you have to be really concerned with is Trish and Lita. Can they still do the moves? Can they still be smooth out there? Probably Lita will be smoother than Trish. I would assume if there's one person that might, I'm not saying hold the match back, but we know Trish is in great shape as well. It just depends on the spots. Like, if I'm going to be getting Hurricane Ranas and shit from Lita, I don't know. I just feel like, maybe Trish is in better shape than Lita, but I think that Lita can maybe hold her own better and do more iconic moves that we remember from back in the day. But, Lita's high-flying, Trish not so much. So it's kind of tough to go that route. The match that might be able to possibly steal the show, my favorite wrestler, as you can see in the thumbs, Seth fucking Rollins. Logan Paul, not a fan of him on social media or him as a person, but one thing is sure, Bunny, McAfee, Paul, all can wrestle. And we haven't really seen that before from a social media star, someone that was a punter that has taken over the sports world, and obviously an artist, a singer and rapper. And so when you get Bunny, McAfee, Paul going in against another person, you'd be like, this is just going to be a filler match that we're maybe like this. This match is like, meh, a 5. This one, to me, could be a 9 or a 10, just for the fact that Logan Paul is athletic, which means that there might be some crazy table, spots. There could be some craziness, high-risk maneuvers. And we obviously know Seth is one of the greatest of all time, and he might have to carry the match to a certain degree. But I think that we can all agree, whether we like Logan Paul or hate his guts, he was better than we anticipated. So was Pat McAfee, and so was Bunny. So we already know that. That's a big fact. So I'm actually looking forward to this one as one of my top 3 tonight, with this one being one of the others. Okay. This one is also kind of like a filler match that they kind of just threw together. And this one is going to be more about the moves rather than the participants. Seeing the athleticism out of the Street Profits and Montez Ford and Ricochet, the power from Braun, the silliness from Alpha Academy, and Viking Raiders, which is that strength. So each team with their own kind of vibe. So even though it's like a match that everyone will forget, in the moment, hopefully they do some really cool spots. They built this one up great, obviously, with Rey Mysterio and Dominic, father, son. Hopefully they have some special chemistry moves that they've worked on that they haven't told anybody, because obviously that's what's going to take this match from being like a 7 or an 8 to maybe a 9 or higher. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. And then possibly the main event, you got Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley. Obviously, Ripley coming in at 1 in the Royal Rumble, going all the way, getting the opportunity to get the belt. So this one should be, Rhea Ripley's moment. So I would assume they will, headline this one as the main event, and Ripley will have her WrestleMania moment. And then obviously we'll get into day 2 tomorrow. And then obviously at day 2 in the afternoon, we'll be doing Daytona. No. We'll be doing Richmond for NASCAR around 12 o'clock, 12:30. Snoop Dogg on the screen with The Miz. And then we'll be doing WrestleMania night number 2 right after. So it'll be a long fucking day tomorrow. Let's go. Jameson in the building. What to do? Sarah in the building. What to do? Lenny D. WrestleMania, baby. Let's go. How you liking it, Lenny? It's coming along. Like I never knew what to, how to be able to configure all this stuff. But like I said, lo and behold, you keep working at it. You keep playing around. You keep button clicking. You find a way to be able to try to make shit work. And I'm really happy, as I got my NWO on, I got the Wolf Pack, because, if you're NWO, you're NWO 4 live. Man, it just feels good that I don't have to rely on anybody else on the, as far as, if I need to, and I have the extra money, hell yeah, I would always love to support people, even though I can do it on my own. But again, if I can do it on my own, that's going to save me a lot of money. And if I don't have to wait on anybody, I can just kind of go through that creativity process when it just comes naturally, Cena Theory is that was rumored that was going to start it off. But normally, right, you're not going to start a match off at the beginning of a WrestleMania if you don't think it's going to be one of the top 2 matches that night. So that was the rumor early on. I wouldn't start it off with Cena or Theory. If I was starting it off, I know it sounds crazy, but I would start it off here, because I would assume that this is going to be probably the first best match or second best match of the night. And, obviously you can flip-flop these two, but, with Charlotte Flair and Ripley, it just depends on who you want to have their moment. What's bigger? Is this bigger, dropping the belts, and if Sammy and KO have their day, or would this be bigger based off what they're trying to build with Ripley? So to me, this should be the last match if you're building it correctly. I know some people would rather have a guy match at the end or whatever, but if it's me, I'm starting here, which would be surprising to the crowd, but it would, get the fucking pay-per-view started off on a good fucking note, right? And then you can go from there, or maybe start it here. You want to start it off with a bang, and you want your first match to be, if not the best match, the second best match. If you watch wrestling and the way that wrestling is, I've been watching since like the 80s, right? That would be the correct way to go, unless they decide to change it up. But I just don't know how much excitement you're going to get with Cena and Theory. I don't know. But that's what they're going to do. Very odd. You know what I mean? Because does anyone actually think that this is going to be the second best match tonight? I mean, this has an opportunity to be the worst match tonight. I mean, I don't think I'm the only one to think that. I mean, like, I don't know about Cena's health, the shape that he's in, the chemistry, how much they've worked together. It's like, yeah, this is kind of like a Vince match. You know what I mean? This feels very Vince McMahon to me. This does not feel like Triple H and Stephanie and Khan. This feels like, to me, this is Vince. His fingerprints are all over this. And he's back involved. So, you know what I mean? Like, how excited are we going to be if Theory retains over John Cena? We already know what the fuck is going to happen. Like, what? I'm supposed to be, like, overjoyed? I don't know. I wouldn't have started with this. Cyberpunk in the building. What to do? How's it going, bro? WrestleMania. What's good, bro? Good to see you. My Cyberpunk, my thumbs are coming along. I figured it out, man. So I don't gotta pay anybody anymore. I figured out all the techniques. I know how to do the logos. I know how to do like the players or wrestlers. Like now I don't need any help whatsoever, and so that's pretty big. That was one thing that I've always wanted to kind of firm up, like the one weak link, the thing that I wanted to be better. But as most people know, not everyone can do them. I mean, they're very difficult. But once you learn the techniques and everything, it feels good. Thanks, man. Yeah, I've been trying to and a big part of it is, Johnny, because I'm using his concept that we came up with together on what I wanted it to look like. And then I just try to look and mirror, what he did and what I can do. And then using those same type of techniques and whatnot. But, being able to bring the images and making sure things fit right, layering and shit. And yeah. Right. But I'm just saying, to open with this match, if you want to have WrestleMania like off with a bang, you got to open up. If we're going to open up with a match like this, we should have opened up with this match. You know what I mean? This one would have been able to get the crowd out of their seats. You'd be able to see a big spot, regardless if Logan Paul wins or loses. You already know you're going to be excited for whatever, is coming later on. And then match 2 is the one that is kind of like the meh. Match 2 is always like the meh match that'll never be as match 1. It's like a filler match, but normally 1 is the second best match of the night. Main event, the last one is the best. So projecting that. And then the second match usually is the worst in the pay-per-view. That's just the normal formula that it's been pretty much since the 80s. And sometimes I don't think we really realize it unless someone actually speaks it into like, oh shit. I mean, and then go back and look on how many matches started off if they ended up being one of the top 2 at the end of the night, like the percentages, or top 3, right? And then how many percentages of matches that go number 2 in the pay-per-view, like you're the second match. That usually is the worst or second worst match of the pay-per-view. I don't know psychologically if they realize that or not, but it's like the same kind of platform that they do. But obviously they flipped it up already tonight because this is the rumored match that they were going to start off with, and they stuck to it. But it feels like Vince McMahon, 100%. Oh, Cena. Oh, shit. Bum, bum, bum. Dude, that's cool. I mean, bringing out like Make-A-Wish people and the people that have special needs and shit, and you actually brought them out there. Only John Cena, he gets a lot of props in my book. Being able to give away the merch is very, very cool. But how many wrestlers, would have an ego and they'd be like, yeah, I'll do pictures with them, but I'm not going to bring them out when I come out there. He's already gotten to that part of his career where he's doing movies, doing TV shows, commercials. You're always seeing something. That is very, very cool. You gave those kids a memory of fucking for a lifetime, and you made so many other kids jealous. I mean, that was awesome. What a cool gesture. I mean, if you fucking hated John Cena before or whatever, and you wanted him to be heel like he was when he was Word Life, which was the best version of John Cena that we had, that was awesome. Okay, baby. Let's go. I don't have very much John Cena merch, but I did back in the day buy a headband, wristband, and towel set, a purple one, way back in the day when he came to like Seattle or something. And I went, and I still have everything in the plastic. So as they change colors like every year, like sometimes it was green, sometimes it was blue. And I always wanted to try to get one where it was like an off color, and the ones that maybe he didn't wear as long. And I was lucky enough to get the purple, and I still got it to this day. I did give the towel away to a kid, though, but I still have the wristband and the headband in the plastic. You got to make memories for the kids. That was fucking dope. And obviously, they're banking off the nostalgia factor with just Cena and what he's accomplished in his career. Obviously being one of the most decorated wrestlers of all time. You have Cena, you have Rock, you have Stone Cold, you have Hogan, you have all these guys, Flair. And there's always going to be certain people that are, more loved, right? But you got to think John Cena is like the Hulk Hogan and back Hulkamaniacs era. Face. Heel started off with Word Life, which was the best John Cena when he was wearing Mitchell and Ness throwbacks and rapping. Then he became Make-A-Wish, face, good guy John Cena, which was awesome. But if he would have went heel in like 2012 and went NWO, he could be at this point in his career just as big as Hogan and the others. It would have elevated him. That would have been like the biggest heel turn since Hogan, and that was an opportunity that they missed, I feel. But I do admit to this, though. With John Cena, even though he's old like Rock or Stone Cold, it's still cool to see John Cena in the ring, The Rock, right, or Stone Cold. Not so much Goldberg, okay? No one wants to see his ass. But, I mean, if you are a fan of wrestling, I can't remember the last time I seen John Cena wrestle. Let's go. And he's obviously in good shape. They pay him good money to do those TV shows and the commercials. Yes. And I know, do you want me to hit him up for you so you can get a follow from him? I know you're jealous. I know, like, Cena follows me and Sarah, and Lenny would lose his mind if he got the follow. Odin's son, my bro, my dude. We got a lot of goats in here. Slackers, my boy. How are you, dude? Good to see you. I know you don't come in all the time, but sometimes I'll get people that will come in for certain streams like wrestling. And great to see you here. Great to see Lenny D in here as well. Would love to see you guys a little bit more often whenever you guys have the time. Chris in the building. What to do? Muda is the GOAT. And then he's like, and he ended up doing the green mist. That was so sick. Did you buy those wrestling figures this morning? Did you end up buying them or no? I didn't have any extra money, and whatnot. So. Oh, okay. Yeah, I bet. I mean, he is the exact personification of Hulk Hogan and what he was about. But the thing is, even when Hulk was Hulkamaniacs, he didn't do all the Make-A-Wish shit, and I don't think he would. A lot of people think Hogan is a jerk and a racist. So it kind of sucks for a lot of us that love him and grew up with him. I mean, fucking I got the NWO Hogan figure right here, but I'm more of an NWO Hogan guy, right? Instead of, Hulk Hogan. Even though Hulk Hogan was big for me growing up, but obviously going heel, I always like heels, the bad guys more than the faces. But Cena, obviously doing all that Make-A-Wish and actually caring about people, it's like more authentic. You know what I mean? And that's why probably some people hate him, because he's just so good, and authentic. Like literally a face. Like what you would look to be a face in the dictionary. I mean, he is literally a face wrestler on and off the mat. And obviously, in real life. Good to see all you guys in here, man. Lenny's like, no. Sarah's like, sorry, bud. I'll hit him up for you, bro. Candace in the building. How are you? Ringside has the best stuff, bro. That figure you got me is like in my top 3 in my collection. I have others that are worth more, but it just is special to me because of who you got, what comes in the package, like 17 to 19 pieces. And it's fucking Moxley and it's Kenny Omega. barbed wire exploding death match, tables, barbed wire. It's even got the AEW belt in there, multiple hands, multiple, accessories. I mean, I have it fucking in my living room because normally people will complain if I got my stuff out in the open, right? I have it on top of the fucking cable box in the living room, in front of the big TV. So every day I can look at it. Appreciate that. Oh, what a move. Theory. There we go. The first big move of the match. 1, 2, 2. There we go. We need to see more of that athleticism. Less beard and eyes and hair and more moves, okay? I'm glad you're here, bro. I always, there's always certain people that I enjoy, hanging out with and spending time. And, we have that love for the football and the wrestling. I mean, if you love football and wrestling, we're going to get along. I don't care if you're a guy or girl or you're, fucking 15 or in 95. It's like if you love those things, chances are we're going to get along. And then if you like NASCAR and baseball, then those are other things that we can bond on as well. Ooh, there we go. Nice drop kick by Theory. 2. Yeah, I mean, I got a Young Bucks for Forbidden Alchemy. Got me a Young Bucks and Kenny Omega t-shirt. Still haven't wore it. The tags are still on it. I haven't cut the sleeves off of it because I don't want to ruin it. But yeah, I don't have any Young Bucks figures yet. But yeah, if that ringside collection Young Bucks comes out and it's a really cool one, maybe something that comes with like tag belts in the package, that would be like the ultimate. But even if it ones didn't have the belts, I imagine they are pretty cool. Oh, Cena. STF. Oh, I know. It is in Philly. Dude, the famous people in that one, I mean, we got some famous people that are here, obviously, it being in Hollywood. But on that side, they're going to have a lot of people. And what if the Eagles win the Super Bowl next year, or if they get, pretty far, they could, have a lot to cheer about, obviously with Philadelphia sports. I mean, normally you're not going to go to a Super Bowl and go back, but NFC is going to be down a little bit. And, if you are one of the top 2, top 3 teams, obviously you're going to lose some pieces and you'll see how you guys draft. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Eagles got back to the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl next year, year after. So, and then having the WrestleMania in Philly's cool. The Bucks. Let's get to 100 and donos, baby. Yeah, and I was thinking about WrestleMania because a lot of times you can just use like the graphics, for what they put out. But I was like, you know what? If I've already started creating thumbs and making them my own completely, I might as well do that for WrestleMania as well and find something that not everyone else is using, just like the regular WWE picture, the promotional picture for the event or whatever. And, sometimes it takes time, but, when you find something and you see it and the final product looks amazing, then it makes it so much worth it. So that means more work for me. It's going to take more time and more effort, but I think it'll get us more views, more subs, more donos possibly, and, better results overall. What do you guys think about Theory? Type in the chat what you guys think about him. Is my theory about Theory kind of how you guys feel as well? That this is Vince's boy, and this is like, even if this guy has the Intercontinental, it's like this guy to me is more like, I don't even know. It's almost like you would have to pair him up and maybe be like a tag team, and then you can maybe make something with him. But as far as a singles wrestler, I don't think anyone's invested. You know what I mean? We all know he's talented. He's better on the microphone than he was. Yes, there is some charisma. He's got the look. He's very, strong like John Cena looked, early on. But I just feel with him and his overall who he is, you can't sell us that he's John Cena Jr. We're not invested in you. But I guess it just depends on, who they put the belts around. And when people have belts around the waist, the fans, act differently. Look at AEW and the Acclaimed. They had a lot of love and a lot of passion from the fans, right? But as soon as the Acclaimed ended up getting the tag belts, right, which they don't have now, like the overall like bandwagon hype went to a whole nother level. Once they actually got the belts, and then they were doing Mr. Badass Billy Gunn and doing all that. Like you could just see the energy in the crowd is different once you have the belt. but it has to be who you are. And they also have to like you. You know, you have to be likable. And I'm not really sure. Theory is a heel, right? But he's not. He's like, to me, he's like a face heel. It's like he's in between. What are you, bro? Are you a face? Are you a heel? And if you're a heel, be full heel, not halfway. Because that's kind of how I feel Theory is. He's half face, half heel, and that's why we're not invested. If you're going to be a dickhead and be a jerk, be fucking MJF. Don't be whatever you are right here. You know, that's kind of how I'm feeling, but you guys let me know. Yeah, well, you would assume Theory's going to win because what does Cena have to prove at this point in his career? Nothing. If anything, this will put, I'm not sure if it's really going to put over Theory, but I mean, I would be shocked if Cena wins this. I think most people would. I mean, I think he's a good part of WWE. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am happy that he's there. You want to have talented pieces there, but just overall, like, as we all have favorites and people that we like, you know, Kenny Omega, Young Bucks for me, and you know, John Moxley, and you know, Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan. You know, everyone's got their favorites. Seth Rollins. I don't know. I'm just not invested in Theory. I'm never gonna buy a Theory figure or T-shirt. Let's just put it like that. Here we go. Hit him, John. You can't see me. 5-knuckle shuffle, baby. He's like, let me give you the FU. Desperate dog. Oh, there goes the ref. STF. And he taps, but the ref isn't looking. Of course. Of course he did. Oh, Cyberpunk. Thank you so much, man. We started, you know, like I said, we ever since, you know, I had the stomach bug for a week, then I got banned for a week unfairly, low blow to Cena's gonads. The marbles, the acorns are destroyed. And here's the beginning of the end here. A-Town down. 1, 2. But did anyone think anything otherwise? If you would have had Cena win, then that whole buildup with Vince would be like for nothing. Which maybe if Triple H and Stephanie had their, you know, maybe their you know, chances of it, maybe. I don't know how they feel about them. But Cyberpunk, I appreciate you. I haven't had a whole lot of money, you know, just because I haven't been able to stream for 2 weeks. And we've been getting some donos to come in, which is great. But a lot of them have been on the super chat side. But a special shout out to Cyberpunk and Odin's son, you know, donating 150 about a week and a half ago when I had the ban. That really helped me survive at that time period. So thank you very, very much. And then we got $100 dono from my boy. Thank you so much, man. It means a lot. And like I said, it's just, you know, with food and Paisley, you know, and obviously I got rent and bills. I'm going to be going to the Cardinals and Mariners here in a few weeks, the hotel. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, man. Let's go, baby. $100 dono from my boy. Cyberpunk. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $100 dono from my boy. Cyberpunk. My dude. Appreciate you. Chiefs Kingdom. My brother. Thank you, man. Let's go. We're at a hundo. Let's get to 200. And so far, you know, again, I know they had to start the pay-per-view off with a match. Nostalgia purposes, you know, they obviously had Cena. I think I would have rather had Seth Rollins and Logan Paul go at it, but this will give it more build-up as we go. What would we grade that match that we saw? Overall, let's be honest. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would we give that? A 7? I mean, is it going to be something that we're going to remember for the rest of our lives? Are we going to remember it a month or two from now? Probably not. They started with it. It definitely felt very Vince McMahon, that he had his fingers all over it. It could have been a little bit better. There was a few cool moves, but I definitely feel, it kind of had that kind of Bobby Lashley feel where he has amazing physique. He has been getting better on the mic. I don't think Bobby Lashley's terrible, but a lot of the matches are not like memorable. It's like, I know he's doing cool matches sometimes. Sometimes they're, snoozers, but sometimes Bobby Lashley will have good matches, right? But I just, for whatever reason, I just can't really remember a lot of them because maybe just the moves that he does. He's just like a modern day Ahmed Johnson. And when you think about Ahmed Johnson, do you remember anything about him besides him pairing up with Animal and Hawk and wearing the Legion of Doom spikes and shoulder pads? Like, there's not a whole lot. Like, I remember playing with him in the video game, big buff dude. He had the red trunks. But it's like, you don't really have a lot of like memorable matches or moments. And that's kind of how I feel with Theory. But, it is what it is. Oh, wow. San Diego State came back and they beat FAU 72-71. Whoa. They were getting their ass kicked the whole game and they won by 1. Holy shit. FAU is crushed. Oh, my God. FAU is crying right now, but especially to lose by 1 point. Wow. Too bad nobody was watching. That's the terrible thing when you have these lower schools and WrestleMania is going on. Who the hell is watching? I definitely will have to go back and watch that on the DVR. And then we got Miami and UConn coming up, and I know my Mariners are going to be going at it again against the Guardians. We got Logan Gilbert, so we're going to get the dub, but it's WrestleMania, so we have to watch this. What is the second match that is going to be tonight, which could possibly be, I don't want to say the worst match, but where do we go for the second match? Do we go here? Or do we go here? I would assume we're going to, and as we're looking at the TV here, this is the one that they're, so I guess we're going here. And that's where I would personally go. You're going to go here or go here, because you already had a one-on-one match. And the best way to go off a one-on-one match is a tag team or a group match, or a gimmick match. And it looks like they're going probably where I would go to. And if I wasn't going here, I would personally go here. So I'm not saying I could be a fantastic booker, but hey, I think a lot of us, once you watch, wrestling and pay-per-views, year in and year out, you kind of have a gauge. But again, they have so much love and respect for Cena. That's why they ended up doing that. And, because I don't think anyone's really invested in Theory, but it was cool to see John Cena out there. Appreciate you, Cyberpunk. You're a real one. What do you want to do for photos? You got anything specific that you want me to pull up for you? Wrestling wise, I got you. Let me know. Yeah. Even with the dirty win, not the proof, but the props. Can John grow a beard? That is a good question. I don't know. He's always kind of more, clean cut. Slacker says 2. 6 because I'm a Cena biased Cena fan. The Lita, Trish, Matt, right? But the thing is, with them being a little bit older, are they going to be able to keep up? What kind of spots am I going to get? Am I going to get her in Karanas? Am I going to get the really awesome Lita? And then with Trish, are you going to be able to do the moves and be smooth out there? Or is it going to be everyone else carrying the match besides those two? And I actually feel more confident with Lita, I think, than maybe Trish. I think Trish might be in better shape, but I think I like Lita's moves and I like Lita as who she is. Lita to me is wrestler. With Trish, it's like, she's like a Canadian bombshell. She's like, could be fitness model, magazines and all that. And obviously she had some amazing moments as well. And that's why both of them were, so famous for that OG era for all the females and whatnot. But I hope it ends up being good, just like this one. This is going to be hopefully a lot of spots where we're going to get a lot of double team, triple team moves. We're going to get a lot of that. So I hope it ends up being good. I don't want this match or the Lita Trish, the 3-on-3 with Damage Control. I hope those end up being good. Right. But you're not going to have Cena win when he only shows up once a year. So that's why you have to look at the kind of the psychology of wrestling. If they're going to drop a belt or if they're going to be doing something like that, you have to think, is this guy a full-time person? Is it a part-time person? Right. So it wouldn't make any sense to have John Cena get that belt at this point when he's doing commercials and you're seeing him on fucking TV and movies. So the only outcome would be for Theory to win. But I mean, are the fans buying in that this was impactful? And we'll just see how he gets pushed moving forward. Yeah. A 5. See? And that's what I'm saying. I don't try to be a hater, on it, but I just try to be honest and real. It's like, as wrestling fans, we have a standard, right? We don't like bullshit wrestling, shitty promos. We want to see good build-up, good storyline, good microphone skills, good in-ring skills, good chemistry. Can you sell? We're not these fucking average people. We've been watching this shit since the fucking 80s and 90s, where we had some of the best wrestling of all time. So for us to be stingy and to be a little critical when shit isn't as good, we have to be honest. We can't just be like, this is WWE and we love it, so we're just going to give everything like an 8 or better. Bullshit. A lot of the stuff is not 8 or better. I mean, remember when we were in COVID? I mean, how terrible it was? So they've come a long ways. All right, we got Street Profits, baby. Let's go. Braun Strowman, Ricochet, Street Profits, Who Wants the Smoke, Alpha Academy, and the Viking Raiders. Let's go. WrestleMania, always a good time of year. What do you guys feel about them splitting it up into 2 days? Do you like it or do you hate it? I feel that originally I didn't like the idea for me personally, but based on how many matches they have and how many wrestlers are on the fucking roster, you have to do 2 days now. Otherwise, you're not showcasing some of those other people that deserve to be on TV. So I feel like that was the big reason why they shifted to 2 days, not to have a 2-day experience, but they want to show love and give more people shine than having, less matches. So instead of having, maybe 14 matches, they would have been one night where we have like 9 or 10, and 3 or 4 matches are in the pre-show or before that no one gives a shit about. So I kind of like it. I admit I wasn't a big fan early, but I feel the amount of talent they have, this is a smart move. And if this is a Vince move or Triple H move, I don't know. But whoever came up with it, this is a good thing for their brand. Well, of course, bro. Mania, let's be honest. There might be more wrestling fans than NFL. You know what I mean? Like, we know soccer is big globally. We know we have our, people that we love NFL and college football. We love it, right? But wrestling targets another group where you can get a car guy, you can get a nerdy, book guy, you can get, all these different types of personalities, with guys and girls and different genders, gay, straight. It doesn't matter. Wrestling appeals to everyone. I don't think NFL and baseball, basketball, NASCAR, and hockey appeal to everyone, but wrestling, everyone has a connection, through themselves, their mom, their dad, brother, sister, and then, friends. And I feel that wrestling captures more. So for them to sell out on certain things, well, it's fucking WrestleMania, man. This is like the Super Bowl of wrestling, right? I mean, you're going to get a very interesting group of people. I mean, if you look at the wrestling community on Twitter and online, can be toxic as fuck. Some people are stupid as fuck, right? But there's also some very cool people that, like we have in here with a lot of us, where we never probably would have known each other or bonded if, without this channel. And it's just cool to be able to have that history, memories, and to bring up stuff that you remember when you were a kid as well, and having that bond. Things are much different than what they were in the 80s and 90s. Nothing will replicate that. I did not. Give me an update on that. Lenny D's favorite. Shoosh. Very unique. It's like, I feel with this Alpha Academy, it would have been like a tag team that could have succeeded in any, era, 80s, 90s, it's just it's like comical, but they actually are entertaining as well. He's got his own personality and whatnot, but that's what happens when Otis's other partner got fired, so they had to pair him up with someone, and that actually is a good partnership. That is, and Otis would be always better as a tag than singles. Sometimes you just got to find that person that you feel that fits your chemistry. Not everyone can be successful in singles, but then you can be a tag and maybe even be more successful than if you were a single. Nice, Viking Raiders. Let's go. Bang, right there. Knee to the face. Shoosh. Ricochet, take one. Oh, look at this. Oh, shit. On his head. Ricochet, decapitated. Viking Raiders thought they were fucking Legion of Doom Road Warriors right there. They're like, oh, you have a neck? Not anymore. Oh, like this. Look at this. The team that's got the power. Bang, baby. Okay. That was the best moment so far. Let's go. And I know Odin's son loves that because he loves the rocking red skull. Oh, of course they won't give them. It's like it'd be nice to have teams that are deserving. They might not be the most popular. They might not have the look that being buff and having this certain look about them. But that's what makes wrestling special. You don't have to be buff. If you're good on the microphone or you got a good gimmick or you got good chemistry, good moves, you can be a little bit bigger. You don't have to look, and not everyone's got to look like fucking Braun Strowman. To be cool. It's like sometimes getting the guys that look like Viking Raiders are much cooler. It's like you can kind of relate more. And I like seeing like all the diversity too. That's another cool thing about wrestling. All shapes, all sizes, all parts of the country. You get so many different races and cultures that they bring in. Love it, man. Doing good. How are you? Oh, I know. We're getting surprises tonight. So far, there's supposed to be supposedly 3, but we'll see if they cut that down to 2 or 1. But there's supposed to be like 3 significant, things. We'll see if we get 3 or not. But oh yeah, and that's going to probably be a run-in, we would assume. And then whatever he runs in on, that'll be he's next up. Based on when they do that. 2 days only works if they have great matches on both days. Correct. But usually if you have 7 matches and you're going to have 5 that are good, that's good enough. And if they have the same tomorrow, 5 out of 7, 5 out of 7, I have to go back and look at the graphic to see how many matches are for tomorrow, but we'll kind of go over that. So yes, but I do agree with that. Oh, big high risk by the Viking Raiders. Oh, look at Braun going up. Oh, he slipped. Oh, he slipped. Good thing he didn't fall, though. Yeah. Oh, my God. There was a couple big sets. I mean, that's what you knew that this was going to happen. But the thing is, you thought Ricochet was going to have these moments, not the Viking Raiders that are doing all these crazy high-risk moves and Braun off the top. And that's a WrestleMania surprise, doing shit that you normally don't do to surprise the crowd, watching in person or here on YouTube or at your own house. Let's go. Oh, no worries. Odin's son with a tour. Every dollar counts, and I appreciate you. $2 dono. Thank you, man. Let's go. Oh, look at this. High risk. $2 holla. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $2 holla from another Chiefs Kingdom member. Odin's son. 100% real, genuine dude. My family. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, shit. Boom. There we go. There we go. You know what I mean? And you already knew the spots were going to be the best in this match. With the amount of people that are in the match, you just assume it's going to be Ricochet or like a Montez Ford doing the crazy moves, not the guys that are bigger or maybe a little bit, not necessarily overweight, but guys that are like the Viking Raiders, that are a little bit huskier, they're a little bit bigger. And just having those oddballs do the high risk just took this match to a whole nother level. Like this is, as far as the second match, if it was going to be like this should have been the first match. If we were going to get energy like this would have been the perfect first match instead of, going flip-flopping with the Cena and the Theory. But let's go. All right, here's Braun. Awesome match. Awesome. Like, you will remember this. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know when things are good. You will remember this match. Let's go. And you got a lot of fan participation. It's like, mostly faces, athletic faces. I mean, there's not necessarily a lot of heels. Wow. Wow. That was nice. Spiked him. All right. Oh, shit! That camera angle for that shooting star press was insane. 10 out of 10 already. Even 2 minutes ago. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Oh, baby. Oh. Get it. 5-star. Oh, off his back. Get the fuck out of here. 1, 2. Oh, shit. Street Profits, baby. Wow. Now, if you want to talk about a good match that on paper, this looks like it could be like a 5 to 7 match. That's why we watch wrestling, for the matches that we don't expect to be that good, and they steal the show. Nice job. This first match, a 5. Second match of the night, a 10. A pretty big difference there. Wow. Incredible. And it was the stuff not even by Ricochet. I think the thing I'm going to remember the most out of this is fucking Viking Raiders decapitating a few people. And then obviously Ricochet. Oh, baby, that camera angle. Let's go. High risk where you can break your fucking neck. And he says, I don't care. I don't care. Montez, 5-star, RVD frog splash. D'Angelo, 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Let me know if there's anything that you guys want me to bring up for pictures. If not, you guys are the best. Electric start so far for that match, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Wow. All right, what match is next? Which way are we going? Wow. Crazy. All right, and when is the next game? Oh, so he had a buzzer beater. San Diego State, he had a buzzer beater to win, huh? I did not get a chance to see it, but I should probably check it out. It'll probably be on my phone here. Thank you so much, Odin Son. Thank you so much, Cyberpunk. All right, I need to check this out. Where is it? Let me see. And go Mariners. We got to get a dub today. Logan Gilbert. All right, here we go. All right, let me see. All right, so there's 71 to 70. Florida Atlantic is up by 1, and then San Diego State has the ball with 3 seconds. Wow. Wow. He just straight up hit the jumper right at the buzzer. Oh, my God. How demoralizing and how, crazy that would be. Wow, to lose like that. And they were ahead the whole game. There wasn't that might have been, I don't know if that was the first lead for them in the entire game with that jumper, but holy shit. Talk about a comeback. I mean, they were down the whole game. I need to look at the stat line while we're still in the commercial. So it was 40 to 33 at halftime. And then they ended up outscoring them 39-31 in the second half, an 8-point differential because they were up by about 5 or 6, 4, 5, or 6 consistently. And then they just got on this run at the end. Wow. Unbelievable. Florida Atlantic had a star player with 26, Martin, and San Diego State's high score had 21. Wow. Okay, well, I guess that's what happens in the Final Four and March Madness. It was electric. Just too bad didn't anybody see it, just with WrestleMania going on. If WrestleMania was on a different weekend, yeah, we probably would have had more eyeballs on that. Appreciate you. Odin is the man. 102. Let's get to 200. This is fucking awesome, baby. Hey, it's good. We have these memories. Oh, here we go. Yo, boy. Hey, 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 hey. Let's go. This is going to be a good match. We're gonna spark off that last match, and this one should be pretty good too. Some big spots. Yeah, but that last match was a 10. I don't think anyone could say anything otherwise. Not a 9, not an 8, not an 8.5, not a 9.5. If you didn't think that was a 10, then we know what good matches are. Awesome. Yes. Yes, and they had probably the most memorable spots besides Ricochet at the end. So, Jameson. Oh, the fucking smoke. That's what I look forward to. We deserve matches like that more often, and we don't get them that often. So when we do get them, that's why we get so excited, right? Thank you. Appreciate you. They try to sell us Omos and yeah, no one's buying that. No one is buying that match at all. Appreciate you guys. We're at $102 already. Let's get to 200. And what a good start for the pay-per-view. But again, starting it off with Austin Theory and John Cena, a lot of hype maybe going in, but maybe not. And then when the entrances came out, right, you got a little energy for Cena, but that definitely underwhelmed. And normally this is the second best match of the night when you lead off a WrestleMania or any pay-per-view. So very surprised they started it off there, but at least they flip-flopped it, where instead of the first match might be the second best of the pay-per-view, maybe it was the worst, right? And then they went right into a match like this, and wow, did that live up to the billing? And this one will be just as good as this, guaranteed. This one is going to seal the show, as far as one-on-one. I don't know about Rey Mysterio and Dominic. I mean, that one has potential to be very good as far as one-on-one. But as far as Seth Rollins and Rey Mysterio at this point in their careers, what Logan Paul can do with his athleticism, and also we don't know what the fucking Logan Paul is gonna do. 5-star frog splash. I mean, we don't really know what kind of special things they have in play. Normally. I don't like Seth Rollins, trying to have these like gimmicky matches like this. But again, Bunny, McAfee, and obviously Logan Paul, we all know they can wrestle. So I'm really excited to see what kind of athletic spots they have for this. It should be fast. It should be up tempo. Should be exciting. Obviously, Logan Paul will be the heel in this scenario, even though Seth makes a better heel than a face. But the crowd loves him. The crowd is going to sing along just like your boy, and we're going to enjoy arguably the best pickup or the best wrestler, in my opinion, overall in WWE. If I had a draft and I had to pick one person based off legacy and everything that they've done, who I personally like the most, Seth Rollins would be my number one pick. So we'll see how that goes moving forward. Let's go, baby. Yes. Seth is a great talker. Seth is great in the ring. And remember when Seth had the injury, that's why he doesn't do all that high, top of the rope, craziness and jumping out of the ring with like reckless abandon. He used to do that early in his career, pre-Shield and post-Shield and during the Shield. But when you get injured, he's still going to do some of those moves. But if you've noticed, he has to scale it back a little bit because I know he doesn't want to tear an ACL, MCL, PCL, or anything like that. So, yes. Yes, we already know Seth. Yeah, and the thing is no one is buying into that match either. If it's Brock Lesnar, it better be against like Roman or someone big, or we're not invested. And with Omos, I know some people like him, but I think that's another wrestler where we're not really bought in. You're like this big giant. They have the Giant Gonzalez, Andre the Giant, all these like bigger wrestlers. But unless you have swag and you have swagger like Kevin Nash or like Undertaker, why are we watching you? We don't care. Lesnar at this point might as well be Brock Lesnar to fucking Goldberg, because if you had Goldberg and Omos, no one gives a shit either, right? But you're not going to sell anybody on that either. You guys are smart. See, that's why I love you guys, because you guys are like me. You can read between the lines. Things are not necessarily always black and white. Sometimes there's a gray area, and you just have to understand, like, the concept, the psychology of wrestling, building up the storyline, and also understanding with certain matches, it's about selling. And that's one thing that I think a lot of fans don't understand. Yeah, you can be great on the mic, you can be great in the ring, but how you sell moves and get people over, that's a big part of being good to great and elite, in my opinion, too. So I definitely think so. Oh, I know. Absolutely. And I'm not a Logan Paul person. I don't, watch his channel. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like if you put Seth Rollins with Pat McAfee, you already know that it's going to be better than you think because you just don't know what McAfee or Bunny or Paul are going to do, So obviously, he already knows that he's hated. But the athleticism part, that's the big thing. You know what I mean? What kind of crazy shit, and that's the whole reason why WWE brought in Ronda Rousey from USC, Logan Paul from YouTube, Pat McAfee, from his brand. Because when you bring in people like that, right, you're trying to draw a whole nother audience, and their audience, you're trying to get those people that maybe don't give a fuck about wrestling, right? Maybe they only like the social media Logan Paul or only Pat McAfee when he was on the Colts punting, and now he has his show. But you're trying to grab those people. Some people will watch just because that they're here, Yeah, but obviously the disrespect with him and his videos, and it shows you sometimes these people will sell their souls for the dollar. The more money they make and the more fame they get, the more disrespect, and the more I think they feel the lack of like being normal and being a human and whatnot. So, okay. Yeah, but I got steaks in the fridge. I got some chips, got some snacks if I want to have cereal or something. So yeah, I'm good. I got food is good. Things are good. They got the prime drink coming out. Obviously this is all about promoting, all about promoting the brand. And that's what they're doing, cross promoting. WWE is very smart. If they did, if Logan Paul wasn't a good talker, it's not just his fans. It's like, okay, being a good talker and on top of that, being athletic, that's why he's here. If he wasn't a good talker, on YouTube or in general, and he, didn't have a personality, right, and he didn't have athletic skills, they wouldn't bring him in. So they're lucky, and he's lucky that they like him enough, and they know how much money he brings in, and what type of ratings that he'll get just for him being him. But I just don't know if you're targeting a little kid TikTok generation. I don't know how many of those people are going to be, I'm going to go and watch this. You know what I mean? Some, but some probably won't. I guess it just depends on how much of a fanboy you are of him and whatnot. But yeah, all the disrespect in the forest. Absolutely. You know what? I hate to say this, Lenny D. I hate to fucking say this. You're 100% right. I would rather see Lesnar Lashley again rather than with the Omos thing where no one is buying into that. Is it sad for me to think like Omos to me is more like a manager, like a bodyguard? You know what I mean? You don't need to talk, but he's just the guy that walks with someone to protect them rather than having him in the ring. I know that might be disrespectful to Omos, but it's like for him being a manager or a bodyguard is more believable. My favorite wrestler in the biz, Seth fucking Rollins. Let's go, baby. And Seth has always been my favorite. Like, I'm very particular on the ones that I like. I mean, I like Kevin Owens. I like Randy Orton. AJ Styles I like a lot too, but it's always been Seth. I was a big Shield guy. Watched him early in his career. And he is by far my favorite. And it's not even close. It's not even close to who number 2 is on the active roster. And obviously I'm a Kenny Omega, Young Bucks guy. I love Bryan Danielson. I mean, Seth is the fucking man. And I just feel so bad they disrespected him for so many years and didn't give him a belt. And like you could have built a lot more. Like I think they kind of take Seth for granted. We already know he's a top 2, top 3, guy. But you can always make him number 1 again. And honestly, if you're going to make someone number 1 over Roman, whether it's Cody wins and then we get Cody versus Seth and Seth beats Cody and Seth is champ, you can run with Seth for a very long time. Microphone skills 10. In-ring ability, 10. Face or heel, 10. Swagger, 10. The best in the business, Seth fucking Rollins. period. And I know I'm not. I know I'm not the only one. I know some of y'all probably don't have Seth in your top 5. Maybe you do. You definitely probably don't have him as your number 1 like me. But I've never been let down. I've never seen a bad match. I mean, he's just 100% greatness. AJ Styles, greatness. Randy Orton, greatness. Never seen a bad match out of those guys. And that's why when you know. That's when you know. Oh, look at he's paying homage. Wow. WrestleMania. Get together with my friends in high school. So this definitely brings back a lot of memories. $5 holla, my boy. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Let's go. Another $5. Appreciate you. You guys are the fucking best. Let's go. Orchestra level Seth. It shouldn't be any other way, right? And obviously with him and Becky Lynch, everyone loves to sing. You know what I mean? Everyone loves crowd participation. So when you get like Jericho with Judas and everyone sings along, or you have something with whether it's the Becky Lynch or Sami Zayn or Seth Rollins, we love that. We love as wrestling fans being able to sing along, with whatever their catchphrase or whatever their song is. And it's kind of ironic that Becky has it just like Seth, and they're together. They got obviously a newborn and one of the power couples in WWE on screen and in real life. The swagger level of Seth, with Seth not even trying, that's what makes him so good. He has the natural aura and swagger where it's not forced. He's just himself. He can be over the top, funny. You know what I mean? And he can put on a show with words. His wordplay is great. But it's just like you just feel the aura out of people. And if, like I said, if you were going to make someone champion after Roman, there is no one that would hold it down better than Seth freaking Rollins. Facts. 107. Let's get to 200. Yes, I know you do too. Yes, have HBD to Randy Orton, baby. Love me some Randy Orton. Yeah. The moon boots. Seth, and the cool thing about Seth being so original and like just who he is, Seth could literally come out in any type of gear, the most ridiculous, and he could pull it off. That's when you know that they're different, I mean, the crowd will love him as a face. The crowd will love him when he's a heel. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those pieces. Yeah, he'll get boos when he's the heel if need be. But there's not many guys that are so over as a face and so over as a heel that it doesn't fucking matter. That's greatness. Even Roman doesn't have that. They can give the belt to Roman all that time, but I mean, they could have given it to Seth for 2 or 3 years, and I think that we would have been more entertained. But the Bloodline storyline was fantastic with him and the Usos and Heyman and then bringing Solo in. So them doing that with the whole family aspect, brilliant. But it's time for a change. Whether that means Cody wins, Seth goes against Cody, Seth gets the belt, and Seth is a champ. I'm talking it into existence, baby. Agreed. And obviously we know how big Shawn Michaels is, but when it's all said and done, Seth might be bigger than Shawn Michaels when it's all said and done, because I don't know how long he's going to wrestle. I don't know how long that, he'll have a belt when he does, but if he has a run similar to Roman before his career is over, or even half of what Roman had, has more opportunities down the road, maybe a tag champ with someone, just keep building the resume. And we already know Shawn Michaels is one of the top. I know it's your number one, right? But in this generation, I mean, we have to wait and see. But Seth Rollins, very, very good. Shawn Michaels, very, very good. And I know that's a very honorable comparison to even think that Seth is HBK worthy. But in all honesty, he is. And maybe one day he even surpasses HBK, or at least ties him. I mean, obviously, if you like OGs like Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, you're not going to be able to touch them because they were in the 80s and 90s. But we can still have respect for some of the guys that are current. It's not their fault that they were born later. We already know Seth Rollins would have been amazing in the 80s or 90s. Could you imagine Seth Rollins in the 80s or 90s? My God. I'm not sure if that is a true statement. All-time wrestler to you, but I don't think to everyone. Some, Undertaker, some Hogan, some Flair. Some are gonna have different opinions. I think more of an accurate statement is and I'm more of a Bret Hart guy than a Shawn Michaels guy. I like more heels, and I like the fact that he gave away the stunner shades to the kids. But Shawn Michaels is probably in most people's top 15, top 10, or if you really love him, top 5. But that's a bold one, though. He's at number 1 of all time. But I have friends that have Shawn Michaels as their number 1 as well. It's just someone that you connected with, either with him and Marty Jannetty with the Rockers back in the 80s. And, obviously what he did singles with HBK, Heartbreak Kid, with all the flexing and with the fireworks. And then, moving on with DX, he's had very many layers to his career and what he evolved to. That's facts. But that's cool that you like him number 1. That's like not common. You know what I mean? But I respect it. You know what I mean? Because you have a connection with him. For me, it's like, Hogan, Rock, Stone Cold, RVD, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash. Like, I don't know. I have too many. And then now Kenny Omega, Young Bucks, Bryan Danielson. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me just to, just have like a top 5 or even a top 10, because I have to give a little bit of love, to each federation, the RVD, the Sabu in the ECW, the NWO, Hogan, Nash, and Hall. And then obviously Hulk Hogan and, Undertaker and the Legion of Doom for the tag, and and obviously Rock and Stone Cold, RVD. I mean, there's just each one brought something different, and obviously Seth Rollins is by far my favorite. And it's like I said, I wish AJ Styles and Kevin Owens were closer, but that's just the way you love Shawn Michaels. I Seth is up there for me too. I mean, Seth Rollins is the equivalent to the Kenny Omega for AEW for me. That's a big honor. Oh, what a standing moonsault by Logan Paul. I don't like you on social media, but that's the type of shit that I want to see. Show off your athleticism and show people that you're more than just a social media person. Like, you actually can wrestle. And then that probably makes a lot of people pissed off in the locker room, where you get this fucking pretty boy, rich guy who's like, got all these trolls that follow him. He's a millionaire, right? But not every, and people can say he's douchey, right? But not everyone can do what he's doing. And that's why he's here. And he's going against Seth fucking Rollins. Think about that for a second. I mean, that's a very ballsy thing. You don't want Seth to be paired up with some fucking schmuck that can't wrestle. Maybe you can talk, but he's a lot better of a wrestler than people give him credit for. He could be a guy that could be a full-time guy every week on the roster. He's that good, and I don't like him, but at least I can admit that I would rather, I hate to say this as well. I hate to say this. I would rather watch Logan Paul week to week than Austin Theory. I can't believe I just said that, but it's true. You know what I mean? Maybe because I like the mic skills a little bit better. He's a natural heel, kind of like MJF. He doesn't have to try to be a dickhead or rude. People just don't like him. So no matter what he says, screams, if he's quiet, if he yells at the fans, if he compliments them, they're always going to be like, you're a douchebag, and you're always going to get booed. So it's like a natural heel for him. MJF, he's just a master of words. Yes, Jake Paul is the prime drink guy. So, and then I know they do like cross promotion stuff with him and like KSI or whatever, the brother. I don't watch his channel either. Shout out to the GOATs, and shout out to you guys hanging out and watching this with me. It's a big part of my life, like whether people want to admit when they get older, like some people are like, you have a friend group and they're into, cars or whatever they're into, right? And if you tell them like you like wrestling, some people try to like make fun or kid, like it's, oh, it's all fake, stupid, or I used to watch when I was a kid, it's, but for a lot of us, especially the ones that are in the room, I mean, this is a big part of who we are. Wrestling has shaped who we are, how we talk, how we act, our fandom. And a lot of us never quit. Even when WWE was trash during COVID, at least I had AEW as an alternative. Look at this. Oh, baby. Tell me how many wrestlers that can do a move like that. Yes, he did not connect on it, and he almost slipped, from jumping from there to the top rope. But I mean, Logan Paul could be a tag champ with somebody. You know what I mean? Like there could be something there. You know, they could give him IC belt opportunity. You know what I mean? Like whether he's deserving of the IC belt in general, probably not. You know what I mean? But if he can put on a show like he's been doing, that's what it's about, right? Let's go, Seth. See, what the hell is wrong with us? But it's true, right? I mean, some things, you know, are hard to admit to, but it's just it's entertainment, right? So it's like I got to be able to see mic skills or I got to see in-ring skills. But I actually wish that Seth, you know, had, you know, maybe a bigger name. But as far as like athletic wrestler versus athletic wrestler, I mean, it's a good one. I mean, hopefully next time it's Seth against someone big, you know, that actually is a true guy on the roster. But come on, Seth. Let's go. See, he would usually go one side, go to the other side, go to the other side, and he would do like 3 or 4 in a row, right? And a lot of times it wasn't just diving through the middle or, you know, bottom. You know, if you see some of his early stuff, there we go. So now we're getting back to the young Seth Rollins pre-knee surgery. You know, because like I said, if you watch old clips of Seth, some of the high risk and the amount of times that he does the high risk is a little less. I get it. I wouldn't want my knee to be fucked up either. I mean, he's like one of the franchise pieces for WWE. And WWE knows Seth is never leaving. Seth is never coming to AEW, you know, but we just got to make sure that you make sure you take care of him and make sure he feels appreciated. You know what I mean? Give him IC belt, give him heavyweight belt, you know, give him opportunities. Don't treat your number 2 guy in the company, number 1, number 2, number 3 guy overall, wrestling, microphone skills, you know, overall who he is. Don't make a top 3 guy in the business feel like he's top 30. All right, here we go. Seth with the pedigree attempt on Logan Paul. Trying to hit him with the Triple H. Oh, here we go. Nice counter. Roll through. 2. Oh, they're trying to do a little RVD spot. Oh, nice little RVD spot. 2. Wow. He said titanium screw. The screw that was in that one finger, that's what knocked out Seth Rollins. 1, 2. EMC, how are you doing, brother? Yes, he was. I agree too. And Goldberg is an idiot. He ended his career. Never apologized. You know, didn't even hit him up for like months and months and months. Yeah, sit down power bomb. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, we would have had AJ Styles in WrestleMania. I mean, to me, that's my second favorite. I think I like Kevin Owens a lot, but just based off like athletic wrestler like Seth and in the ring, I think AJ Styles is probably my number 2. He's like right there with like Randy Orton. You know, it's like I'm always entertained with Randy in and out of the ring. You know, microphone skills, matches, skill set. I just wish AJ came over earlier, but AJ might not be the wrestler who he is today if he didn't have to go through all that hardship, through all those other promotions in Japan and everything, and the Bullet Club and going that route. So who's in the prime? Is it his brother? Oh, it's KSI. I knew it. I knew it. As I say, it has to either be his brother or a KSI since with the prime. Shows you like how big social media can be, where you can be kind of just like a regular dude, right? But if you have a huge following and then you're on fucking WrestleMania, like think about how crazy that sounds. Like fucking Logan Paul and KSI are actually a part of WrestleMania. I mean, if this was back in the 80s or 90s, people are rolling in their graves right now. Like what is going on? But I guess that's just how things have, ended up turning out, with this social media generation now, right? I don't know. Can you explain it to me? Like what's going on? Oh, look at this right here. Oh, pulled him over. I don't watch him, but he's just a YouTuber. You know, he's like a Twitch streamer, YouTuber guy, personality. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just depends if, not everyone. I mean, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you're right, or you read a lot, or if you're into pop culture, not everyone is going to know. But like I said, I've never watched any of KSI's videos, but I'm on Twitter enough where, if you see enough posts every day, eventually you're going to know who's who. And, I've heard of him for a couple years, and then I obviously knew that he was partners with him with the Prime stuff. Just one big social media guy, being friends with another big social media guy, and them ultimately just trying to make money. EMC said, give it a few more years and you'll be wrestling at WrestleMania. Bro, that would be insane. And I couldn't, wrestling, no. Being there, that would be insane. Seth, baby. Big punch to the neck there. Yeah, one day. The tube's got to stop hating on me, though, and get me access to more people. You get me access to more people, we can grow like wildfire. I really feel that, like, if we could actually get the proper eyeballs on this channel, that we could like blow up, just like some of these other bigger channels, just like them, if not bigger. Why not? It's just a matter of time and just making sure you have to find the lane. And I just figured out how to do the thumbnails, by myself and upgraded them to have everything look like an 8 or 9 or 10. So, I have to think of it that way. 2. I mean, I've been doing this for 11 years, 7 years full time, and 1,700 live streams and videos. I put in a lot of work on a lot of platforms, but sometimes, when you go full time, it's like you're starting over from ground zero. And now with the thumbs, it's like I have to just visualize in my head. I'm like starting as brand new, and keep to have that hustle and that grind, and then at some point, year 15, year 20. I mean, it's going to be, who knows how long things will take, but I'm never quitting. So if you never quit, you're always going to have a chance. So are we surprised? I told you guys I wouldn't have made a thumbnail that would showcase Seth, right? That showcased Seth and Logan, right? If I didn't believe that this was going to be fun and good. Oh, super kick. Let's go. Seth is hulking up. He's hulking up. Stop, baby. 2. Ring the bell, baby. Told you. I knew that was going to be one of the top, probably 3, top 4 matches of the night that could steal the show. But really what stole the show was this, because I think I knew that this one was going to be good. I know this is going to be great, right? I had question marks about this one came through. This one, will this be as good as this one? I don't know. They have a lot to live up to this type of standard. They can possibly do it, but and this one should be good too. Ripley getting her moment. Ripley being champ. You don't go to the Royal Rumble entered 1, go all the way and win, and then, and to be able to pass the torch. So it sucks because Asuka deserves to have her shine as well, but I highly doubt that they're going to give Asuka the belt to Bianca Belair and they're going to swap. But they will do the Charlotte Asuka swap, or Charlotte, Rhea Ripley swap. So Ripley should be champ, and I would assume Belair will be champ tomorrow. But it would be really cool for Asuka to be able to have her moment at some point. So let's go. Oh, for sure. Good old Tim White. Tim and his brother. See, that's when when you're really hardcore and stuff, like the referees' names. It's like, you know so much about the managers and the bodyguards and behind the scenes and all the people. Man, old school. Seth deserves a serious run. He's deserved a serious run for the last 5 or 6 years. And I would have loved if they would have broke up the bloodline in Roman and did like a year and a half and then gave Seth a year and a half. But I don't know if we're going to get that, but hopefully. I mean, Seth is the biggest star that they're not giving star treatment. And I don't understand. I get it with the whole Roman thing in the bloodline, but they better not drop the ball. But maybe they're doing it because they know Seth's never leaving. There's never a shadow of a doubt that he's going to AEW, so they know they can put him wherever. Yeah, he's not going to probably bitch and complain as much as he wants to. He doesn't want to get fired or whatever, right? But I imagine he knows how great he is, and a lot of us know how great he is. It's just he deserves better. I don't need to see some like United States Championship or some like lower belt on him. Should be IC heavyweight, and that's it. Or if he ends up being a tag champ, whoever his tag partner is, and they can go on some kind of run. But all right, what's the next match? So far, so good with WrestleMania. UConn 9, Miami 2. So we're going to get a UConn San Diego State Championship. One high seed has to win, and it's a 4 versus a 5. So it's not like a 4 versus a 9. So this might be the one case where UConn wins. Then I got to see Mariners. All right, what's the next match? We're going here? Is this the next match? Or here? Here or here? No, your boy got it. Shit, call me a booker. It's crazy. Once you have been a fan and you've watched so many, sometimes you can't. I mean, that's why I feel like when I can predict stuff that happens, I've seen it before. It might not have been with that same person or team at that time, but you recognize patterns. And if you remember a lot from past history, you can predict stuff. And I think that's why I'm so good at the predictions and kind of have that gauge. But you just have to be aware. You have to pay attention. Sometimes people just watch things and they just kind of forget the little subtle details. WrestleMania so far has been good. I'm enjoying myself. Like I said, I hope you guys are as well. So far, the worst match of the night might have been the first one, which was crazy. They were banking on nostalgia, but I feel that every other match is going to be better than this one. I don't know if you guys will agree with me, but this one might be the best of the night. It'll have a lot of spots. This one hopefully is just like this, where we're like, oh my God, and we get some crazy stuff, which we should get some pretty cool spots here. They need to mirror what they did, and they'll be completely fine. This one was good, right? I know this will be good. So this one is the question mark. How good is this one going to be? As good as this, or is this going to be kind of like, oh, this isn't as good as I thought, and maybe slightly better than this match? But we'll see what the women's do here, and I am excited for this, and I hope it ends up stealing the show like this. Like, who would have thought, like, out of this whole card, that if this and this end up being the two best of the night, I would say they probably would have won in the ratings, because then if you get the matches that could have been maybe the worst or the bottom 3, and 2 out of the bottom 3, not including the Theory Cena match, ends up being the top 2 or up there, that's saying a lot. So so far So good. Oh, for sure. You know that's going to happen. I would assume it's going to be a Trish betrayal against Becky, and they can do a Trish versus Becky match. We already know this, right? We already know. We already know the ins and outs. It's like I already have Vince's number and Triple H and Stephanie, so it's like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We all read. Yeah, there's rumors, and then sometimes it's just like a gut feeling, with certain things. So, oh yeah, old school. He's in the DM. Oh, down in the DM. All right, let's look at Sunday. Thank you for sending me the graphic here. All right, so Sunday, we got Roman and Cody, which will be fantastic. Bianca Belair and Asuka will be fantastic. Gunther, Drew McIntyre, and Sheamus is going to be fantastic. Lots of power, double team moves. It's going to be great. Edge and Finn Balor should be maybe not fantastic. We hope that it's in the good range, not because of Finn, because of Edge, because he's old. Brock Lesnar and Omos, that's the boring one. The Cena kind of. Nothing against Cena, okay? Lenny D, I know you love him, but we're just being honest, right? But it has that kind of feel where it might be one of the worst ones. Lesnar and Omos. And then you got Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Natalya and Shotzi, Ronda Rousey, Shayna Baszler, Sonya Deville, and Chelsea Green. And that one has potential too because you have so many ladies out there. But the main thing is that you have Ronda Rousey. So if you have Ronda Rousey, it's probably going to be a fuck up. So I think this match here tonight will be better than the women's match tomorrow by far. So the Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Natalya, Shotzi, Rousey, Shayna Baszler, Sonya Deville, Chelsea Green, the Lesnar and Omos match, those will probably be the two worst. Finn Balor and Edge will be good, like an 8. And then Gunther, Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, Bianca Belair, Asuka, Roman, and Cody should all be 10s. I don't know if you guys will agree with me, but that's how my brain works. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I gotta be honest. You know what I mean? If Finn was going against a better athlete that was younger, then I think that one would get closer to like a 9 or a 10. But just because Edge is a little older, yes, he has the OG fans, but it doesn't have the same pop if Edge was younger. Now, if this was Edge when he was young with Finn Balor, then this would be, a primetime match. But it's just like, sometimes when you get these aging guys, it's just not going to be as good as the younger guys. But I'll tell you what. Out of that match, Roman and Cody, Asuka and Bianca Belair, Asuka's going to do some off-the-chain moves. The Gunther, Drew McIntyre, Sheamus might be the sleeper match tomorrow. To me, that could be the best match of the night. I know Roman and Cody is going to have the hype because of the possible belt change. Belair and Asuka, athletic, will be awesome. But the Gunther, Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, even though they're all big guys, they're athletic big guys. So I think that it's going to be pretty exciting to see where it goes. Let's go, baby. Ray and Dominic. Yeah, I mean, slightly better than this, right? Slightly better than Theory and Cena, which is probably like a 5 or a 6, and then this one can be like a 7 or 8. If Dominic does moves that we've never seen before, right, and he can sell really well, then this could be similar to this one. Not as good as this, but just under if we can see Dominic like have one of the best matches of his career, and I know he's going to get a singles push. So, and then obviously this one will be physical. This one will be, great. And we get to see Ripley, someone that doesn't look like a supermodel, that doesn't really have the conventional look as a champion, be a champion. There's nothing wrong with being emo or goth or, having that darker makeup. I think it's awesome. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be the Undertaker and have that kind of dark vibe, or Judgment Day, but just with her, I think that it's awesome that if they end up putting the strap and she gets the championship belt, she's one of the most entertaining, honestly. Like Charlotte is entertaining, Bianca Belair is entertaining, but I like Ripley's style. Ripley to me is like a OG, kind of like a China type wrestler, but more entertaining than China and more like the moves are better. It's not just muscles and like a persona, like Ripley is the real deal where she could go down as a Hall of Famer. I think that's how much I think of her, It's nice to be able to showcase different, races and, different type of styles. Not every girl has to look like a supermodel, Yes. Yeah. The Sin City look. Yeah, we're definitely going to get a Trish or Lita betrayal. So you got to think, out of the matches, I got to count them. Let me take a quick look on the message here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches tomorrow. So we're gonna have 3 awesome ones, 1 good one, and 2 possible bad ones. You know what I mean? So overall, and if we have 5 out of 7 good tonight, so we're gonna have maybe 8 good matches out of 13. 8 out of 13 isn't bad, with 1 or 2 being like in the good range. So overall, 10 out of 13 or 9 out of 13, I would say that's pretty successful, because sometimes WWE, it was like 6 out of 13. And that's not good when you have only a few awesome ones and then a lot of them that are like in the good to average range. And then you have like 2 or 3 bad, or like no one cares. You don't want that for fucking WrestleMania or anything like that. Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously you had people, like Tori Wilson, and some of these other ones that were out there as well. But yeah, Trish actually had the athleticism besides the look. But Lita, as far as the OGs, is always going to be my favorite, because obviously kind of more like grunge skater type vibe. And I like high risk. I never saw a girl do like high risk. And a big part of Charlotte Flair being who she is the influence from Lita, and obviously the Hardys and whatnot, and back in the day. And yeah, there's other wrestlers that are more athletic than Lita, right? Maybe, in the ring and stuff. But if you're talking about off the top rope and high risk, I mean, who has more high risk than Lita? Only Charlotte Flair. There's not a lot of ladies that can do a lot of the high risk stuff. I mean, I don't blame them, girl or guy, a chance to hurt yourself and, land on your head or your neck and whatnot. Oh my gosh, I can't wait till tomorrow. Because like I said, maybe not everyone is into those, the bigger guys and stuff, but the physicality and obviously another wrestler that I really do like that unfortunately got the push when we were on COVID is Drew McIntyre. I like Drew McIntyre on the mic. I like him in the ring, and I think he's one of the best big men as far as a total package of a wrestler. I hope that he gets another chance, to be able to get like IC World Championship or a tag belt. I like Drew McIntyre a lot. Good personality. He would be probably one of my I don't know, probably top 5, top 6 to watch, if they can put him in the right spot. I mean, I like him more than Sheamus or Gunther. Oh, Io Sky with the double foot drop kick. 2. Yep. Obviously, they knew that that he could go to either place. Obviously a free agent, and AEW and WWE were the 2 big contenders. To be able to make the money, and yeah, I assume we're gonna have, like I said, 2 or 3 surprises, and we're either gonna get that tonight, with Braun Breaker as being one of the other ones as a surprise, or we're gonna get it, the Raw after. It just depends on when they want to save these things. If they want to have Braun Breaker come out tonight, tomorrow, Monday. But yeah, we'll get definitely a few. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because not everyone is paying attention, with that Jay White news. So. Oh. All right, so what do we think about this match? Don't think it's going to be as good as the men's. Like I said, if they didn't have I mean, like I said, having Trish and Lita there, but I'm just trying to think like what Becky could have been paired up with to make it possibly make it more crazy, like who's on the active roster. But I think I would rather have seen maybe Becky and Bayley one-on-one here at WrestleMania. And then Damage Control against, someone else. Or maybe have Damage Control part of that, match tomorrow as another tag competitor. Maybe I would have done it like that. Not saying that I don't appreciate having Lita and Trish there and whatnot, but I always like seeing legends, and it's like if I can see ones that I like, it's anything that's better than Goldberg or something, There we go, Lita. Io Sky with the cell. How old is Trish and Lita now? They're in their 40s. Oh, nice. That was cool. This one? Absolutely. 100%. 100%. You know how much I like Seth, but it wasn't better than that because obviously the Viking Raiders with their spots, and then obviously getting the Ricochet stuff and the camera angles at the end, by far the sleeper of the night. Yes. 100%. And it probably will be the best match of the night. The only match that I think that can compare to this is only one match, and it's this one. But it just depends on how hardcore and crazy they make it, This one could have some craziness to it, too. Not that I don't think that this one won't be good, but I just feel that, she'll have her moment and whatnot. This one could be excellent, too. I mean, just depending on what kind of style of match they have, if it's slow or fast-paced. But this one should be hardcore, but some, good double team moves, and should be pretty fun to watch. I'm going to go check up on Paisley here real quick. All right, let me see what she's doing. Frustrated look on the face of Bayley. Haunting Trish Stratus. Sound strategy by Damage Control again. Damage Control has done a great job isolating. Oh, looks like they took Paisley for a walk. It's a miracle. Someone other than myself took Paisley on a walk. We went for a nice walk. And we'll get another one in probably after WrestleMania. Tell him it's my cousin, Io Sky. All my cousins. Io Sky, the cousin. Asuka, the cousin. Tajiri, the cousin. Masato Tanaka. Number one SmackDown announcer. Kaientai. Taka Michinoku. Michinoku driver. You say it's over now. Let's go, Lita. Oh. Oh. Yes, Odin's son. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to see with that. Brian in the building. How are you? Yeah. Well, anytime, like I said, you're going to have Trish and you're going to have Lita. Yes, they're OGs, but this isn't Trish and Lita, in their 20s. If they're in their 40s, they're still going to be beautiful. But as far as like wrestling skill, there's going to be a pretty significant drop off. And then I think the thing is, it's not necessarily maybe about the moves that they're doing. You know what I mean? But it's the selling part. If you get to a point, can you sell, against the younger people? You know what I mean? And that's always going to be the thing when you end up having OGs. Can they still? And no one expects them to be the same wrestler when they were like in their 20s. But you want it to be more like maybe them, maybe like in their 30s, so they look like they still kind of can do it, rather than like, oh, this is like the only match they're going to be able to do. Dakota Kai with a counter. All right, we got some high risk move about to happen here. High risk, high risk. We got to have all the ladies down below for a high risk maneuver. Get her. Oh shit, look at this. They better not break her neck. Oh, there we go. I like that. That's the first move that you'll remember. Like, you might not remember a whole lot from this match, but that'll be something that you'll remember there. Trish's top is way too small. Facts. 1, 2. Jerry the King Lawler is smiling right now. That was a cool little triple team move there. Becky with the leg drop, the Hogan leg drop from the top. Oh, big knee. Yeah, this one's nowhere near as good as the men's. But also, like I said, just the fact that Lita and Trish were in it, obviously I thought this one could be like kind of like a Cena theory, where it's like it's a watch, but it's nothing that you're really going to remember. I mean, besides that one big move that we had from Trish Stratus and the triple team move, but unless they have a few more spots left before this is over. Just how it goes. Some matches are better than others, and it's hard to be able to have a really good chemistry match when you have, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. Like, tag matches are one thing, but once you have like 3-on-3 or like 3 different sets of 2 or 4, you got to be able to have the right wrestlers to make it exciting. I mean, obviously, if we do a Becky Bailey feud in the next pay-per-view. Give you a rose plant. Probably surprises on Monday. Yeah, Braun Breaker, and I don't know if we get Bray Wyatt, and I don't know. We just got to see what all the things that they decide to do. Bailey to belly. 1, 2, 2. All right, another high-risk maneuver. All right, here we go. They're like, let's give it to the amazing Asian sensation. We need to be able to bring this match up from a 5 to a 7. Let's go. What a move. So they got two big moves in the match so far. But it definitely went up at least a point or two there. Just got to know who you have out there. Mike in the building. What to do? How are you, bro? Just watching WrestleMania. I'll be doing Richmond tomorrow at noon. And then right after that, we'll go into WrestleMania day 2. So tomorrow is going to be a long day, probably of 8 or 9 hours, but we'll have a good time. Richmond will be fun. And then we'll end up, what's up? Yeah, Richmond will be fun. And then obviously we'll be doing WrestleMania day number 2. So. Appreciate that. I figured out how to do all the thumbnails and stuff, Mike, on my own. So I'm gonna work on a NASCAR one probably tonight or tomorrow morning. So it'll be cool. See what I can come up with. Hopefully, I can find some cool drivers or cars, which I know I will. So I'll be able to customize it, and we'll figure it out. Maybe there'll even be a Kyle Busch on the thumbnail. I haven't really decided who I'm going to put on there yet. All right, Lita, let's go. All right, we're going for the third big spot. Let's see it. Yeah, baby. Let's go. All right, so it went from a 5 to a 6, and then maybe now it's a 7. So you got 3 high-risk moves, so that definitely brought it up a little bit. Bailey to belly. Oh, shit. 1, 2. This is still the best match of the night. I don't know. Like I said, for a while, this one was like maybe slightly better than this, right? But then at least they had a couple more high-risk moves there. So I think this one, not an 8 or a 9 or a 10, a 7, This one, 5, you know what I mean? But everything else has been pretty good. Obviously a 10 with this one. And then we'll see what this ends up being. Hopefully closer to an 8 than a 5. This one should be solid, 8 or better. And we assume this one could be a 10, just like this. So, all right, so what's next on the card? This is next on the card. They go here, and then they go here, and then they end it with this. I don't know. If I'm Booker, that's what I'm doing. Cyberpunk, my boy. UConn 25, Miami 19. 5:46 left in the first half. I assume we're going to get UConn and San Diego State. Richmond tomorrow. I'm excited about that. And then yeah, we'll have WrestleMania Day 2. And then WrestleMania Day 2 with that. So I'm not sure. Like I said, Day 2 has less matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Day 2, Roman Reigns and Cody should be a 10. Bianca Belair versus Asuka will be an 8, 9, or 10. Gunther, Drew McIntyre, and Sheamus should be the sleeper, which people maybe think it'll be like a 7, but in reality, it'll probably be closer to a 9 or a 10. Edge and Finn Balor, probably like a 7 to 8.5. Lesnar and Omos, why are they even wrestling? And then obviously with Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Natalya, Shotzi, Rousey, Baszler, DeVille, and Green. I don't have any expectations with that. So with that one, it might be like, a 5 to 7, Brock Lesnar 5, to 7, and that type of, I can't even give Brock Lesnar and Omos a 7. It's got to be a 5. If I'm getting Cena and Theory, I would rather watch that than Lesnar than Omos. So it's like Lesnar and Omos is like unwatchable. So 2 that are going to be Edge and Finn Balor as the Demon. That one has, possibilities to get to, maybe at the high point, a 9 if we see some high risk moves, but realistically, probably an 8. And then, like I said, then you're going to have 3 10 matches possibly with Gunther, McIntyre, Sheamus, Bianca Belair, Asuka, and then Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns. So, tomorrow, it's like 3 really good, 3 elite, 1 good in Finn Balor and Edge, and 2 that could be terrible. We just got to see what Lesnar, if Lesnar and Omos ends up being like the best match or one of the top 2, I don't even know what to say if that were to happen, but you never know. And then obviously with the ladies match, I'm not really I don't know. I like Natalia. I like Shotzi. There's just not enough in this women's match, I think. And then Rousey's in it. So if you know Rousey's in it, she's going to injure someone when she doesn't mean to. She's not going to sell well. She's going to botch at least 3 different moves. So that alone is not going to make the match more than likely be an 8, a 9, or a 10. I think the highest that the women's match tomorrow can hope for is like a 7 or a 7.5. Not trying to be a hater, but that's kind of like the, Brock Lesnar and Omos. I mean, it's, well, I don't know. Like, I don't have any expectations. Hopefully they do better than what I think is going to happen. And it looks like O-Dog, the booker, Northwest Wrestling Fanatics, he knows booking. Let's go. Here, and we'll end it here. And the main reason that this is ending instead of this is that the tag champs and the bloodline is cool, but you don't have someone win the Royal Rumble, enter at 1, and then go all the way. This is her WrestleMania moment. If we're going to be talking about WrestleMania moments, this is one. And if Cody Rhodes wins, that'll be the other. Those are going to be like the things. There'll be other things that we remember. Like after it's all said and done, we're going to remember this match more than a lot of the others. Maybe it wasn't the most high profile on paper. It didn't look like it was going to be that good, but look at who's actually wrestling. All of those guys are entertaining in their own different kind of way. Showstopper right here. I hope this one is like this. I don't want this to be like this, where I'm just like snoozing. You know what I mean? Like, let's really put it all out there, and let's put Dominic over. Dominic can win. You know what I mean? If cheating or not or whatever, right? But I want to see some moves from Dom I haven't seen before. I want to be able to, we want to see Dom, giving the mullet, and showing love to Eddie Guerrero based off his look. Like if you look at photos of Eddie, he definitely has the Eddie Guerrero haircut and look with the bangs and then the mullet. Love it. Judgment Day is my favorite faction in WWE. I don't know. Like I said, I like things that aren't necessarily like the popular thing. I always like heels, but not anyone can be a heel and make it like authentic. You know what I mean? But as far as each person that's in Judgment Day is different. Like, Damian Priest is so unique. He could be an IC champ. He's got the strength, the look, and he's got kind of like an Indian tribal kind of vibe about him, like a cooler version of a Tatanka. He's just a very unique person that they could push. Dom, obviously, we thought that, this is not going to work out. And obviously face Dom is terrible, but heel Dom is fantastic, just like Ripley. Ripley is a face. Okay. Ripley is a heel. Fantastic. Finn is a face. Okay. Finn is a heel. Fantastic. Demon Finn. Incredible. You know what I mean? So you just got to be able to find, your niche, and the colors are perfect because Judgment Day, they, based off Undertaker, purple and black. Purple's not everyone's color, but the way that they did it, it's perfect, man. LWO versus Judgment Day. Oh my God, it would be great. Latino World Order, Chavo Guerrero, Eddie. For me, I'm a big fan of like the Mexican wrestlers and Lucha Libre. Like honestly, there's some Japanese wrestlers that I love as well. Obviously, me being half Japanese, but the Mexican Lucha Libre, like I always have memories of Psychosis and the cruiserweight division. I mean, I just love that high flying style. That's probably why I love RVD and Sabu so much. I like to see the innovation and the just that high flying. Even Vikingo that went against Kenny Omega. That guy is the next like Latino superstar, and he does high risk moves that are like, he's kind of like the Mexican version of Ricochet. He's incredible. Shit, I need to get some hair plugs so I can get a mullet. Like if I get super rich, I can have the Dom look. I could look like Dom. Yeah, it's all psychology, right? You know, there's going to be ones that we have favorites, but whenever you look at a match and someone is an older person that's like old or they're on their way out, right? They're always going to be able to try to put over the younger person, you know, because like you got to think about it. If Jericho, loses a match or wins a match, does it matter at this point in his career? With Ray winning, does it mean anything more to his career? No. But if Dom wins, it's a WrestleMania moment for him, you know? Not necessarily maybe passing the torch, but it kind of is. And Ray's obviously a smaller lucha libre wrestler, and Dom is like a bigger guy. You know what I mean? It's not the same type of wrestling. Oh, look who's in the building. Mr. Bunny. Where's Pat at? Is McAfee there? Who would have thought, like, this might have been the most surprising. We knew McAfee would be good. Logan Paul's athletic. But with Bunny, I don't think that anyone knew that he was going to be so good. But if you take something serious and you already have some athletic ability and you're good with, direction, and you never know, who could end up surprising you out there, Like doing wrestling isn't as difficult as doing like NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. Like, you still, not everyone can do it still, but there's more people that could put on a show on the wrestling side than I think people think. But people like to label people for whatever you are. Social media star, douchey guy, or ex-punter who's, taking over the sports world. And God bless Pat McAfee, because there's barely anything I can ever watch anymore. And that's one that, I typically can. Do I watch him every day like I used to? No. But the sad thing is I can't even watch Good Morning Football after the whole Peter Schrager thing. I literally didn't watch Good Morning Football once all season. And that hurts. But I don't like the cast anymore. No Nate, no Kay. Why am I watching? There's no reason to watch. Kyle Brandt only. Sorry, you're not good enough for me to watch you solo with some stooges. So yeah, but the thing is, if Dom was face, you wouldn't like him, and I wouldn't either. But just a simple fact with the Ripley storyline, and with the Judgment Day, him going heel, but it doesn't feel forced. As a face, it felt forced. Like you didn't know like how to act, and you're wearing more colorful gear. So for some wrestlers, it's not like that. It's like Bayley with like the hugs. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you can be semi-popular, but once she went heel, it's better fit. Like some people just have a better, microphone and skill set to just be able to be kind of bad. You know what I mean? Like, think about why there's so many bad people out there. It's a lot easier to be an asshole than to be a good person, right? To be a good person takes effort. To be a bad person takes none. So same thing with like heels, to be an asshole, to be rude, but you have to also be able to have the mic skills to project your asshole rudeness, but to not make it feel like forced, like it's actually who you are. But I don't think Dom would have succeeded if he wasn't in the faction. This was a big part of his development. Because Dom going heel is one thing, but Dom going heel with backup, much better. Dude. It would be kind of cool, though, honestly, if Dom got to a point where he actually started wearing a mask. I mean, like, down later in his career, he could pull it off. You know what I mean? He would have to learn some more like lucha libre, like faster moves and stuff. But it would be kind of cool to see like a medium to bigger size wrestler wrestle like a little guy. You know what I mean? But obviously we know that, that's Ray. He doesn't want to follow into Ray's footsteps. So, but I think it would be kind of cool at some point in his career if he does wear the mask to represent, the Latinos and that, type of thing. Or even if he wore it only like half the time or did something like when Finn Balor does the demon thing. I don't know. He didn't look bad in the mask. You know what I'm saying? Like it kind of felt like it fit. Like it kind of felt natural. I know this, is what he's going to do, and he's never going to wear a mask in his career. But maybe, mask for mask, like some kind of gimmick thing down the road. But I don't know. He looked good in that Lucha Libre mask, man. But that obviously, will probably be something that he won't do, but never say never. He looked really good in that mask. And I like the fact if it's purple and black, kind of like Judgment Day, Now, like if the cruiserweight division was like active right now, and then he's like, all right, I'm gonna go against the cruiserweights, and then he'd like don the mask, I'd be like, oh my God, this is awesome. That's just like my brain thinking of things, but there is no like other Latino Mexican wrestlers, for him to be able to necessarily go against that wear the mask. Not a lot of people wear masks anymore. It's not the 80s and 90s anymore where everyone had face paint or a mask. It's not really done like that anymore, but the mask looked good. It looked good. Maybe that's just my love of Lucha Libre wrestling and whatnot. Yes, I know. I saw that. I know. Her real boo thang with Buddy Murphy's like, I'm gonna get you. Anything is possible, bro. Anything is possible. Snoop Dogg with Ray. But also Rey Mysterio had a mask, and when he was in WCW, he didn't wear a mask, and he was just babyface. So if Ray can do it, why can't Dom? There was a point where Ray didn't wear a mask. He just had his little like buzz cut. Anything is possible. Orale! What a G. Let's go. Little Eddie tribute. I lie, I cheat, I steal. Let's go for fucking Eddie. I love Eddie. Eddie is one of my favorites of all time. He's in like up there for me. Let's go. What you guys know about this, huh? Let's go. What you know about Latino Heat? Yes, I saw that. Well, UConn is the better team. They're the best team that's left out of the four. Now, obviously, between the three, because obviously FAU lost. Viva la raza. Let's go. Let's go. Snoop Dogg, baby. SNOOPDOGG. That was dope. I was wondering why Snoop was there. That's cool. Well, it's just like Eddie. Eddie would obviously, do the car thing and whatnot. Very cool. I love the tribute to Eddie, though. He's coming down to the end of his career. No one ever has to, show that kind of, love and whatnot. Oh, I remember when I was talking about like the wrestler when Conan got pissed? It was Takeshita, obviously the Japanese wrestler, and he did the kind of little shake and then, did the Eddie Frog splash. And I remember Conan on social media was like, you're not Mexican, so you can't do the Eddie or whatever, which I thought was kind of silly because if anything, it's, not trying to be Eddie. It's showing like tribute to Eddie because everyone loves Eddie. So I thought that was kind of like a weird like race card thing that Conan pulled. You know what I mean? Like, are we that protective? Of the frog splash and Eddie's legacy that you think just because he's Asian that you're putting a bad smell on it? Like, I don't know. I lost a lot of respect for Conan after I saw that. I was like, bro, why are you making it a race thing? But I don't know. I don't know what that was all about, Conan. Don't be racist, Conan. Everyone loves Eddie Guerrero. No one will ever disrespect Eddie's name. Orion, you lie, you cheat, you steal. I hope this ends up being good. It's got to be better than Theory and Cena, but maybe not as good as Logan Paul and Seth. But if we get some good moves, Like I said, the way that this match will end up being an 8 or a 9 is Dom doing moves that we've never seen before or selling moves that we haven't seen him sell before. You know what I mean? We already know Ray, 619, all that. We already know all those moves, but it's Dom. That's what makes matches go to that next level. Not what what you're going to get from Ray, but it's what are we going to get from Dom, and we don't know. That's what makes matches like this exciting. There we go. Be the heel. I like the Eddie hair there with the bangs and the mullet. It makes me jealous. We're like, yeah, man, hook me up with that Dominic, bro. And Rey Mysterio, obviously an OG. And the cool thing about Rey, too, it's like, WWF, WWE, ECW, WCW, no AEW, but Rey, as far as being old, but wrestling like he's still young, that's one thing that you can't take away from Rey. Rey hasn't declined, really. You know what I mean? Like a lot of wrestlers, they get older and they fucking decline like bad. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be like Goldberg bad, where you were like very entertaining and now no one wants to watch you wrestle at all. Like Rey went from like a 10, and I feel that like even though he's older, he still puts on a lot of like 8 or better performances, which is very rare for a guy that's older. But again, Rey Mysterio is a fucking legend. As far as like Lucha Libres, he might go down in history as maybe one of the most famous, if not the most famous. If you go back and look at all of the Mexican wrestlers, there's a lot that have history, but as far as like name recognition and who they are, Mysterio is a very, very elite. Still puts on a good show to this day, which is kind of surprising to some, but not to many. 107. Let's get to 200. El Paso, Texas. Yeah, and that's what makes it awesome. You know what I mean? And think about how many Mexican wrestlers got inspired, by Rey and some of the other people. I mean, I know Chavo Guerrero is never going to be, like a legend or anything, but Latino World Order and the Lucha Libres, the Cruiserweight division, like that's some of my like best memories. I mean, I love ECW. I love like the different type of style, but I've always loved like Latino based wrestling, like a lot. Like sometimes I feel it's like the most exciting. I like high intensity, fast pace, high risk maneuvers. And anytime I can see like Hurricane Ranas and shit off the top rope and stuff, like that athleticism, that's exactly my personality. That's what I want to see. He said, "Hi, mama. My name is Dom. I'm a heel." He said, "You a bad boy, Dom." Aaliyah's like, "Don't take my drink." He said, "You want some water? Here's some water." Dom. No, springboard. The boo, the boo birds. Yeah. And obviously after Ray retires and whatnot, but if Dom stays heel for his career, he could actually go down as one of the bigger natural heels, because everyone's just gonna. I mean, obviously we don't know how long Judgment Day will last, but I'm digging the clothes for Dom too. He's come a long ways. It's not just like Ric Flair, Charlotte Flair, you know what I mean? But like, if he keeps really working hard, with Finn and with Damian Priest and any other wrestler that's willing to help him, I mean, he could actually go down as like, not being just like Ray's son, like actually being halfway decent, Still right now it's more of like a project wrestler, and it's like lineage, your dad is Ray. But if you see, I mean, his in-ring stuff has been getting better. His microphone skills are getting better, and he's much better off as a heel in this faction. I mean, hell, he might end up being people's favorites down the road. I mean, it just depends on how long this heel Dom can go. Got to talk to him. I'll give him the, I'm going to give you this whipping, boy. $37-24 UConn over Miami. So you already know UConn's winning. I'd be highly doubt that Miami will be able to come back from that. Mariners and Guardians 0-0. Padres, Rockies 4-1. Dodgers 5. Diamondbacks 1. Astros 6. White Sox 4 final. Cardinals 4. Blue Jays 1 final. Brewers 3. Cubs 1 final. Braves 7. Nats 1 final. Rangers 16. Phillies 3. Giants 7. Yankees 5. Wow, Yankees lost. Angels 13. Athletics 1. And then there's a few other games. Just a little update if anyone's wondering what's going on in the baseball world. But obviously, James and Sarah already probably watched their matchup. So hopefully I can join you guys with a win over the Guardians with Logan Gilbert. My boy Logan Gilbert. I have to look at the stat line. I'm just too much of a fan not to like see. I got the replay. All right, what do we got? Julio's already got a hit. Nice. We only have one hit. One hit, and Cleveland has 2. Gilbert's got 4 Ks. Nice. Nice. And Savala only has 1. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, good. Well, that makes me feel better. The chocla. I have a lot of Latino Mexican friends. The chocla. They get the sandal and they poof, and they hit the person in the back of the head. Oh, big slap from Mama. They're like, yeah, mom and dad beat the child. Child services. Dom. High risk for Ray. I actually like the ring attire for both wrestlers. This is the best gear so far for both. I don't know. The Ray is kind of got like a Hulkamania kind of vibe besides the black part with the red and the yellow. And obviously the Judgment Day look, the Dom's setup is like a 10 out of 10. It's like, it's not too much and it's like colorful and it matches Judgment Day. He should wear that like permanently. That's a good look. But obviously it'll probably be just for this WrestleMania. One. Come on, Mariners. Let's go, baby. I watched a little bit of the Xfinity earlier too. I find myself when I get bored, I'll do the Cup Series. But if I see that Xfinity or a truck is on, I'm in that mode now where I have to watch it at least a little bit. All right, Dom, are you going to Hulk up? He said, no. We got Judgment Day out here. Oh, that was a good counter. That's it, dog. Wow, look at this. Boom. We've never seen that before. And moves like that, that's what makes it go from a match that could be like a 5 or a 7 to like at least an 8. You know what I mean? Like maybe closer to that Seth Rollins level and Logan Paul. It's all about seeing the moves that Dom does that we've never seen before or never seen him do before. Nice job. LWO, Latino World Order. Orale. Yeah, everyone's loving it. It's good. It's a good PPV. Good WrestleMania. No Three Amigos. Oh, shit. Wow. Good save by Dom right there. 619. Bang, baby. There we go. Ray to the top rope. Or are we going to get some cheating? Here we go. Of course, the cheating when he's about to win. Damian Priest. He's like, give me your ankle. Boy. High elbow to the ear. Hi, Paisley. Oh. Latino World Order. LWO. LWO. Hi, honey. Hi. Come here. Come here. Paisley's in here now. $619 from Dom. And the thing about Dom, too, is like early on, a little sloppy, a little stiff, but he's gotten so much better in the last few months. 5-star frog splash by Dom. 1, 2, 2. An ode to LWO Latino. Hee. Electric. Let's go, Dom. I see you. Let's go, Ray. Ron Simmons impersonation. Damn. See, I got that pretty good. Damn. Fucking old school, man. Ray came out with Snoop Dogg in the lowrider with nothing but a G thing, and then it went to fucking we lie, we cheat, we steal with Eddie Guerrero. Incredible. Came out in the lowrider with Snoop. Paid homage, to Eddie Guerrero in the intro. It was awesome. Paisley's in here and wanted some Snuggies. We got a chain. Buddy took the chain. Bunny took the chain. Not the bunny. Bang! Ray at the top. They're like, we want Ray to have his moment before he retires. Frog splash by Ray. Frog splash by Ray. 1, 2. Wow. They're like, we're gonna, Dom will have his career moments later. We just had, Ray go to the Hall of Fame. Let's have him go out on top and have his moment. Wow. That's cool that they actually let Ray win because, I think a lot of people thought that Dom would get this, just based off, trying to have the push. But everything comes in time. Ray's career is getting closer to the end, and Dom's is just beginning. Very cool. You got to have some surprises. You can't have it all predictable throughout the whole show. You got to be able to have surprises. And that was Would we say that this match was better than this one or equal? Like both, I feel were pretty good. You know, maybe not great, but I think an eight, for them, right? 5, 5 or 6, 7, and then this one has a possibility to be 8, 9, or 10, and so does this to kind of cap off the end. But this is the worst of the night. And then these ones were probably equal, probably like 8 each. I'm not sure if one was higher than the other, but maybe the Seth one was slightly higher. Maybe this one's an 8 and this one's an 8.5, something like that. I know. You know what I mean? Because like I said, if I just look at the psychology of wrestling and how they do it, but also you have to look at, Hall of Fame stuff. Ray is at the end of his career. You know what I mean? And, it would be probably more fitting probably for Dom, as the heel and whatnot. But again, Dom's at the beginning of his career. Ray is at the end. So at least if he's going in the Hall of Fame, this might be Ray's last high profile match ever. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know how many more years he has. Did he announce that he's retiring or not? But then the little LWO touch was cool too. So, you know how much I love Eddie. So.
What would it take for you to say that The Miz is your favorite WWE superstar? I will give you $20. All right. I will give you WrestleMania tickets. Finally. Really? Smile. You're on cricket. After WrestleMania goes Hollywood, the backlash begins.
So I think up to this point with the matches overall, I would say we're probably at an 8 right now. Some good, some average, some bad, but some awesome, right? Obviously the sleeper was this, right? But now if we're at an 8 right now, we have a chance to get this to a high 9 or a 9. If this is like a 9 or 10, and then if this ends up being a 9 or 10, then it'll end up being, which there's a pretty good possibility that we could finish this off with this WrestleMania day 1 being a 9, which is pretty impressive because sometimes it's been like a 5 or a 6 or a 7. So, 2 of possibly the best matches for the last 2. And I imagine we'll go here and then we'll end it here. Ray, LWO. Yes. You know me, Lenny. We got to keep it real, right?
Germany at 4:20 in the morning when Rey Mysterio knocked off Dominic. They're powered by Brazilian over there in Germany. What an incredible moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, WrestleMania returns after this break for the SmackDown Women's Title match. Charlotte versus Rhea Ripley. It's next, but for those of Peacock Premium Plus, let's take a close look at how these 2 women got here. Can't get enough WrestleMania. Monday, we've got the chapters live in studio. Straight from the ring after epic victories.
Yeah. So what do we have going on with this? So I got Rhea winning and stuff. I don't feel like, you're going to have some surprises. You don't want everything to be predictable. But what do we got going down here? Do we have the Usos retaining? Right? And then Roman drops, because I don't think we're going to get a Roman dropping it to Cody and the Usos. I highly doubt they're going to give the fans what they want, where the bloodline gets stripped of everything. It would be very cool if, KO and Sammy win, but will they do that though? You know what I mean? That's the question. Will they do that? And then for this one, I would be shocked if Charlotte wins, but if she does, then Rhea's got to get it on like a rematch in the next pay-per-view, and then she wins. But then it wouldn't make any sense, because if you're doing the Royal Rumble, you were entry number 1, you went all the way, you won. Why would you lose here and then win in the next pay-per-view? Can't you have your WrestleMania moment? Charlotte's already had hers. So Ripley winning here, it seems like 100% to me. And then here, Usos retaining, to me, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I feel Usos retaining is like 70%, Owens and Sammy 30%. I don't know why I feel that way, but I just feel that if Roman drops it tomorrow, they're going to keep the belts on the Usos, unless they give the fans what they want and the Usos drop it to KO and Sammy, and then Cody gets it over Roman. But who knows? All right. Guardians 1, Mariners 0, top of the 4th, 2 outs. And obviously, if it wasn't WrestleMania, I would be doing this. But I did 2 baseball games in 2 days and figured out how to do the thumbnails for those 2, and then this. So this will be my 3rd consecutive thumb. And like I said, I just feel they're getting better and better and better. And it'll be cool to incorporate it on the NASCAR side tomorrow. And then I'll make another one completely different from this one. I'll make another one tomorrow as well, unless I piggyback off this one and I take out if I take out Seth and then Logan and then implant, some wrestlers from tomorrow, I don't know how I would do it. Obviously, let me take a look at the card. I could do, we already got Roman and Cody on there, Bianca Belair and Asuka, or Gunther, McIntyre, and Sheamus. I could always put them in there. Oh, I should definitely put in Brock Lesnar and Omos. Not. George Kittle in the building. Oh, wow. They're actually going with this, huh? That's crazy. You ended up winning the Royal Rumble, like for the women's. Are they that afraid that she can't have the last match? And then, it's like, I get it storyline wise. Maybe they feel more people are invested in this because of Sammy and how great he was, and they have us on the edge of our seats for the bloodline. But I think that if you would have went this with the last match, it would have been fine. You know what I mean? It would give Ripley her moment, to be at the end with the fireworks and whatnot. But, I guess they decided that the women's isn't big enough to main event day one, which is sad because they have been pushing towards that. I mean, they've done where the women have been at the end, at least on one of the nights. You're going to normally get men at the end, but I thought this was a perfect time where you can give Ripley her moment. Maybe we have to wait till next year or the year after. So we will be ending with this. And obviously this will be very exciting either way, if KO and Sammy get the belts or if the Usos retain. But maybe WWE dropped the ball a little bit by not having this be the last match. I mean, like I said, I usually like the men's matches better, right? But with Ripley and obviously Charlotte, these are 2 of, the ones that I like a lot. There's not a lot. Dr. Britt Baker's, something on AEW, but I like Bianca Belair. I like Charlotte Flair. And I like Ripley. She's unique, different. The only one that's like her. So I feel WWE, why did you drop the ball there? You don't got to make everybody happy. You can do you, just because both the ladies aren't, supermodels, it's like you've already been pushing forward with the women's division. It's the best in wrestling. Why not showcase one of them, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I just want Ripley to have her moment, and she can still get it if she wins here, Elliot in the building. What to do? Yes, it was. Yes, it was good. Woo! I mean, whether you like Charlotte Flair or you hate her, as far as like legacy as a women's wrestler, she's going to probably go down as like the best women wrestler or like top two. If you look at all her accolades by the time she's retired, depending on how much longer that she goes for, but based on belts, I mean, the only other person that could maybe catch her is Bianca Belair. If Belair goes for another 10 or 15 years and keeps, grinding out championships after championship after championship. But I don't know if I can see anyone else getting closer to what we've been able to get out of Charlotte Flair's career. You've had other people have their moment, but there's only a few that can have that longevity. Obviously, if Sasha Banks was still there, that's a nice athletic piece. But if you're looking at overall who they're pushing, it's definitely Charlotte Flair and Bianca Belair, and Bianca's got the closest shot as far as legacy to catch Charlotte, in my opinion. It'd be cool to see Ripley be on that level, but I just don't know how long they're going to do that. Odin's son says, I'm not liking the gear. Yeah. Well, this is the natural choice to end the pay-per-view in. You know what I mean? But if the women's division means anything to you or the fans, and if you don't want the women to be second fiddle, and they have the best women's division over AEW, NJPW, ROH, at some point, it doesn't have to be day 2, but you can take a risk and put them in the main event in day 1. You know what I mean? You're already going to be on a cloud 9 with this match, regardless of the order. And then, you can give Ripley like that moment. You know what I mean? There's certain wrestlers that deserve their moment. So unless they have Charlotte retain, and maybe that's why we assume Ripley's going to win, but what if Charlotte retains? And Ripley has to wait till next year, which could happen as well. You just don't know when they're going to, take the belt off of Bianca Belair or Charlotte Flair, But I would love to see Asuka and Ripley have their moments. You always have to think of the psychology of it all too. Like, why is this not the last match? Is it because Charlotte's going to win, and then that wouldn't make sense for them to have that as the last match? You know what I mean? But if Ripley wins, it would make sense. So now I'm kind of like thinking maybe Ripley won't win. I hope she does, but I don't know. I guess it depends if you want to have her pay her dues or not longer against Charlotte, but. But regardless of order, these are going to be awesome matches. Charlotte's good on the mic, and I like the athleticism, the high-risk maneuvers. Like, overall, as a package, I get like a little lucha libre. I get high risk. I get technical, and I get microphone skills, and there's not very many that are on that level. And that's a fact. That's a fact. End of the 4th inning, Guardians 1, Seattle 0. Gilbert has 5 Ks. We only have 2 hits, and Julio has both of them. Come on, Mariners. Fucking A. Let's go, dude. Come on, baby.
She is no stranger to the bright lights of WrestleMania. This is what Charlotte exists for. She just simply needs to do what she does as the queen. And you saw the look on Rhea's face, almost trying to play some mind games, some psychological warfare, but I don't think that will work on Charlotte. I agree, and it all comes back to the familiarity. These two have faced off in the past. This is not the same Rhea Ripley that Charlotte Flair remembers, so Charlotte knows she had to strategize differently. With that said, there's a certain amount of confidence that comes with earning a victory over any opponent at WrestleMania. That's going to benefit Charlotte in this one. I mentioned it earlier, the fact that Rhea Ripley understands the importance of this moment. This is a star-making moment for her. The fact It's WrestleMania, it's Hollywood, it's Los Angeles, it's Charlotte Flair. Eight rushing the back of Rhea's neck. But the thing I've noticed about Rhea in recent months, Corey, is the fact that she has never seen this. Oh! There she has that. I agree. There's the power they were talking about. Taking the champion down, and I think the power advantage is what's helping the confidence of the challenger. Garland for the hip toss. Rhea's grown incredibly confident recently. Not to mention her alignment with the showing her tackle by Charlotte. You can't be around a group of people as talented as Balor and Priest, and even dating back to Edge as the judgment and not pick up a few tricks along the way. That has all helped Rhea grow into a different superstar. She's truly evolved. Charlotte, a 14-10 champion. She's won the Royal Rumble. She's won the tag team title. And I asked Rhea about that fact. What Rhea said to me is that shows that the queen can be beat. Oh, what a shot. Rhea, though, going to power Charlotte into the corner. Bulldozing the champion. It's not often, as you mentioned, at the top of this match, Corey, that happens in a Charlotte Flair match. Charlotte answered with a hellacious right hand and another to the challenger.
Love you.
Tremendous athleticism. Oh, and a boom right to the face drops Rhea. You see Charlotte nodding with confidence. Massive crowd here tonight, over 75,000.
Paisley Pup.
In Los Angeles, crossbody.
Nice crossbody.
Fantastic.
But just the fact that this is not the last match makes me think that Ripley might not win now. You know what I mean? I know it's crazy to think just the order of the match, but if you have Charlotte win, why would you have that at the end? That wouldn't make any sense. She doesn't need a WrestleMania moment. She's already had one. So I hope Ripley wins, but now I'm starting to think that maybe she'll lose, which would be kind of like, I mean, how many moments does Charlotte Flair and Bianca Belair need to have? I mean, obviously Charlotte's been, you know, it's like a default champion. Like sometimes we want to see other people have a moment too, you know?
Shaking up the early assault from Charlotte. Every one of these stomps. Rhea Ripley is agonizing. The challenge is overwhelming the champion right now. It's been such an interesting build to this match because oh my goodness, so hard to pick a winner, a favorite coming into this. Oh, and Charlotte turned it face first. And Rhea beginning to show her dominance. Take a look at the power of the challengers. Charlotte launches face first into the turnbuckle to cover there from Ripley. Not enough to put away the champion just yet. A little psychological battle over there. Charlotte, listen, had an opportunity to get you down. Face first goes Flair. Charlotte Flair possesses such a unique quality as a superstar that the deeper in trouble Charlotte finds herself, the harder she fights. It's almost as though the more punishment you inflict on Charlotte Flair, the more punishment she throws back your way.
Yo, oi.
Powerful legs to squeeze the breath out of Charlotte Flair with his body. This is a great position for the challenger.
Really? I'll change your life, dude. You know, one thing that I've noticed, you know, unless you've ever had like a special connection, you know, with like a cat or dog, but you can tell a lot about the people that have pets and how they treat them, how they talk to them, how they treat them. You know, if you ever get someone that acts kind of weird, you know, towards pets, it might be a red flag. But you definitely get a lot more like loving, true compassion, you know. Yeah, but I can't imagine my life without her, you know. And it's cool too because I always wanted a dog just to be able to chill, you know, sit and we can watch like Simpsons or, you know, Snug or whatever and just, you know, relax and everything. I mean, sometimes she gets in her modes where it's like, you know, like a little child where you have to follow, make sure that they're not doing something wrong and maybe zoomies and, you know, bitey and wants to play and she's not quiet. She'll like, whoa, 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 you know, she won't stop, you know, so she'll, when she wants something or Like, there's a lot of vocals that are out there. So she's got a lot of personality. And sometimes it gets annoying because like the talking won't stop until you make her happy. She'll just keep going. Like you would think the dog would quit after a while, but she'll just keep looking. And then I have to try to read her mind on what she wants, trying to think about like what time it is, our routine, is she hungry? Do you have to go outside and go to the bathroom? Do you want to go, for a WALK? I can't say that word because then obviously she'll know.
WrestleMania Saturday, SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles, California. This match for the SmackDown Women's Championship.
Sometimes a medium like Paisley is perfect because you don't realize unless you have the space for it, but if you get a dog and then they turn into like a big, it's a big responsibility. The bigger they are, the food and everything. And, you got to find the right breed that you want and whatnot as well. But yeah, I mean, even small dogs can be a lot to deal with and whatnot. So, but the time will come, man, and you'll be able to probably get one cheaper too. A lot of times people like, have like that free stuff, or you can get stuff from like the pound, or you can rescue. But sometimes if you can find a person and you can get something for like $300 to $500, you know what I mean? Sometimes those ones are taken care of a little bit better. Yeah, but I've just never had a dog being so loyal and loving. But again, I spend like, 18 hours a day with her, nonstop every day. So it takes a lot of effort, and then obviously certain dogs have to be walked. So it's like, if you're sick, it doesn't matter. You have to, these dogs need it. But also too, it was like a blessing because of like my mental health and, like depression and anxiety. If I'm not feeling good and I know I need to listen to music or go for a walk, if I didn't have Paisley, would I really do it as often as I do it now? No. But I know that she needs it. So she comes first and her, needs, and she needs exercise. So I'm like, all right, well, she needs that. And so it's like we take care of two things at once, two birds, one stone. She gets exercise. I get exercise. I get the music, and I get to be outside where I enjoy being, which is outside. Irish Wolfhound. Kenkoso. Predictions on winner. Comment below. I got Paisley in the bedroom. Ripley. Charlotte with a counter. 2. Mango Madness and Kiwi Strawberry Snapple. If you want to change your life forever, I'm telling you, go to Safeway. It's buy one, get one free. I don't know why they're doing this, but you can get 2 big-ass drinks for like $2. There's no better deal at the grocery store. I mean, you can't get Gatorades, buy one, get one free. And obviously, I'd like to do Gatorade since I'm not really drinking too much anymore and whatnot. So, but it's hard for me to get something other than the Snapples when I can get one, buy one, get one free. You fucking kidding me? Yes, please. Save me some money. 2. Jameson, you think Charlotte? I mean, we know Ripley's going to be champion on one of the belts at some point, and so is Asuka at some point. But the question is when. And if obviously they have this match being second to last, does that mean Charlotte's going to win? Because you wouldn't have this being the last match if Charlotte won. Just trying to think of the possibilities and whatnot. What are we sitting at right now? 107? Is that what we're at? And again, we'll be doing NASCAR tomorrow at noon for Richmond. And as soon as that's over, we'll do WrestleMania Day 2. $107. Let's get to 200. Charlotte with the kip up. It's like Charlotte's the face and they're booing her. Charlotte's better as a heel anyways, but even though Ripley's more of a heel. Yeah, unless they have Charlotte win and then maybe they have, I mean, if they have Charlotte and Bianca win, that would be kind of a shame. We got to have at least one belt change between the women. And I just don't think Asuka, they're going to give it to her. But Ripley, based on what she did in the Royal Rumble, it just makes sense based on past history. Oh, shit! Get the fuck out of here. 2. Holy shit. That was one of the biggest fucking spots of the night. I was like, hopefully she doesn't break her fucking neck. Oh, shit. Wow. Look at this. Oh. That was awesome. Guardians 1, Mariners 0, top of the 6th. We're down to the last 2 matches, Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair. It's been a good one. What's up? How are you? I'm good. One, two. I mean, initially going into this pay-per-view, I thought Ripley. I didn't even think Charlotte was going to retain it all, but I guess it just depends on, if they want Charlotte's legacy to, keep stacking on that legacy, or if they want to be able to have somebody new. Same thing goes in the next match and with Cody and Roman. Because just because we feel it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Oh. Come on, just give Ripley her moment. She deserves it. Be good. It'd be nice to be able to have a belt for the Judgment Day. Let's go. But she can't win here. 1, 2. It's like the OG in the future. Nice German there. I mean, just for the fact that you had Ripley win the Royal Rumble the way that she won it, it's like it would be a shame for her not to win. It's like, why would you build up someone to win from coming out at number 1, and you're not going to have her win at WrestleMania? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So I guess it just, if you look at the psychology and the kind of the buildup, look at that. Flipped all the way over. Wow. I did not. I've been watching just this WrestleMania, but I'll definitely take a peek later, though. Wow, really? Two. So what are we thinking? Legacy or the new face like Bianca Belair had her time? Is it the same thing? Makes you wonder. I like Charlotte with the extra flip over. It's very AEW, just like kind of going extra with the moves, like the one on the top rope. Just to show your athleticism, to be able to not fall on your neck, but to try to make that extra quarter turn or half turn, to do something a little bit out of the ordinary, selling. That's why Charlotte's one of the best, might be the best of all time. And if I get some top rope action here on top of the, inside the ring technical, I mean, that's why Charlotte made a name for herself, because it was like the modern day Lita, but better. Who else does stuff like this? Oh, Io Sky. Oh, baby. Ah, she says. Ah. WrestleMania, electric. Oh, big headbutt. Riptide. Let's go right here. 1, 2. The count was too slow. The ref fucked that up. She was like, 1, 2, and then look at this count. Look how fucked up the count is. 1, 2. Come on. Come on. 2. Good match. Like I said, we only had a couple that were Most of, like I said, I would say 5 out of 7 were fantastic. Good matches. You're always going to have a couple that aren't as good. Fillers. Oh, Flair with a roll up. You can't have fucking the match end that way. Oh, shit. Yeah, you already knew there was going to be a submission on one person or the other. Charlotte's nose is all bloody, probably from that last fall when she got flipped over. Charlotte's like, get me some Neosporin. My nose is bleeding. The skin is removed. Nose job incoming after WrestleMania match. Someone get the baby powder. There we go. Charlotte to the ropes. Oh, shit. Big spear. 1, 2, 2. This has been a good WrestleMania day one. I mean, we expect WrestleMania to be good, but overall, I'm impressed with the product. I mean, it is WrestleMania. Good match. I mean, obviously this one's got to go 20 to 25, you know what I mean, if you want to have a good build-up. Is that you made my nose bleed? Yeah, boo. Yeah. Boo. Yeah. Boo. Yeah. Boo. Yeah. Boo. Yeah. Boo. Let's go. Oh. Big boot. Figure 4. Get to the ropes. Now she's got to fucking get to the ropes. You got to, there we go. You know, just like a Charlotte Flair, Bianca Belair, you know, there's just certain people when you know they match up, it's just going to be fantastic. I think Ripley could have a great match with Bianca Belair as well. And Ripley isn't small either. You know, she's a taller wrestler. She's like, my nose, it's bleeding all of the blood. She's like, get over here. Oh, shit. Oh, what are we going to have here? Oh, what are we going to have here? 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 High risk maneuver. Big chop. Oh. Yay. Let's go. Time to win. Time to win. Riptide from the top. Let's go. Let's go. Get her up there. Let me carry you like a baby. Let's go. Boom, baby. Good sell by Charlotte. It's over. 1, 2, 3. There we go. They should have did this for the last match. No. Rhea Ripley. Let's go. Still, they could have had this for the last match, but give her a moment. There we go. Because you don't let someone win the Royal Rumble from 1 and you don't have it cap off with a championship at WrestleMania. And the styles for Ripley and Charlotte are different, you know, just like it would be for Ripley and Bianca Belair, you know, but Charlotte, you know, it's, you know, she's always going to be the GOAT, but you got to have others step up. Let's go. Let's go. Why didn't they end this for the last match? Are they so like into the bloodline that there's nothing that can even get to that point, you know? Awesome match. Awesome match. Yes. Yes, it will be. And, you know, Asuka can, you know, carry the moves. It doesn't have to be just all Bianca Belair. You know, Asuka is probably the most talented, underappreciated women's superstar in any wrestling federation. I mean, think about it. Asuka doesn't really get the championships or the love like the others. But as far as her skill set, she's just as good as Ripley, Bianca Belair, or Charlotte, in my opinion. You know, and it's just a matter if they, you know, if they have their moments. But there's Ripley's moment, and it's cool because, like I said, you know, if it's goth or emo or like a rocker, you know, type look, you know, it's you don't always have to look a certain way to be able to get the push and the love, and awesome. And plus, if Ripley is going to win, you want her to win against the best, which would be either like Charlotte or Bianca Belair. So, and I actually prefer Ripley and Charlotte over Ripley and Bianca Belair, but we might get that down the road. But that was awesome. Let's go. Well, we were at an 8, going into that match. Now we're at a 9. And now for it to be like a 9.5, slightly higher. It's not going to be perfect because we obviously know this match wasn't as good. This one could have been better as well. But I think we're at a 9 now. And if we want to get it to like not a 10, but like a 9, 9.5, and we feel good about it, or, regardless what happens. But I feel if this one is a 10 match, I think we can call it safe that it was a 9 day one, because we've had definitely way more entertainment than maybe disappointment. But we already kind of knew that this was but this was supposed to be awesome. It was, or it will be. This was awesome. This one stole the show. Best match. Obviously, this was a little bit better than people thought. This one was great. So what do we think for matches? Was this match better than this because that she won? Or are we still thinking that this is the best match? It's going to be close between this, and obviously this. This one wasn't too bad either. So 5 out of 7. 5 out of 7 is better than we normally would get. So the main event, I guess Bloodline takes over everything in WWE, huh? And also a big part of it, main eventing. It's nothing. Hopefully it's not necessarily the female part, because Ripley needs to have a moment, right? But I think that as we know, people are invested in certain people, and obviously the Cody Rhodes and the Roman thing and the Usos. And I think, a lot of people in wrestling, the real star of the show is not necessarily Roman, it's Sami Zayn, because we got to see Sami Zayn, actually like finally get a chance to blow up and, use his voice and use his wrestling skills and put himself with the Usos, which who knew that was going to be so like natural. And he was funny, and he even made them bust up laughing. And I feel like the main thing out of the Bloodline for me, it wasn't necessarily all about Roman and the Usos. I feel that it gave a chance for Sami to finally shine after all these years. And it was so unexpected, but awesome. That's what made the Bloodline so good, in my opinion. It's one thing if Roman and Usos and Heyman, they're beating everyone up with Solo, but just having that other dynamic of a guy that doesn't fit the scheme, but tries to be a part of the group and get Usi, right? And then obviously the breakup, and now we're having this perfect storyline and storytelling. It's probably been the best storytelling we've seen in the last 10 years. So this was a 10. This was a 10. Will this be a 10? And then I think this one was an 8. This one was an 8. So we have a chance for 3 10s, which is, when's the last time WrestleMania had 3 10s on day one? Let's be honest. And we have a chance for like 2 or 3 10s tomorrow too. So if we can get 6 10s by tomorrow, 3 today, 3 tomorrow, and there's one less match tomorrow. Remember, there's only 6 tomorrow, not 7 like today. So all right, what do we got going on here? It's the bottom of the 7th, and we can't get any fucking runs. 2-0 Guardians because I'm not watching. Julio's got the only 2 hits of the day. How the fuck do we expect to win when my guy is the only one producing? Come on. Maybe if I put up the Mariner logo with Julio, I can spark something. I need to get in the DeLorean. Come on. Before WrestleMania? After WrestleMania. Awesome. Wow, 80,000, 497. Fucking A, it looks like it. Just the catchphrases, getting Usi, honorary Uso. But it's just the fact of his wrestling skills have always been good. But he never had a storyline that let him be him and let him show off his verbal skills, to not only, talk shit, but to be funny. It's one of the coolest things that we've got to see in a long, long time. And good for him because he's always been kind of mid-card. And look at it. Now we were talking about main eventing WrestleMania with Kevin Owens. You know what I mean? Like actually having a match that everyone's looking forward to watching. You know, and you know it's going to be aggressive and brutal. You know, just like the Roman and Cody. You know. Okay. Awesome. Pat McAfee? Let's go. We get some fucking Pat. I was going to say, if Bunny was there and Logan Paul is there, you got to have Pat. They're trying to give Pat McAfee they're trying to get him one of those too, so the fans can chant like that. Is that how it's going? They're trying to give him the new music to see if it can catch on. Is that what we're doing? Anything with a Jungle Boy, Seth Rollins, Becky Lynch. You know, the music is, you know, the it's a big thing. The swagger, man. The Rock, Pat McAfee, O-Dog. Woo!
I think I speak for all of us. And I think I live on social media. I've been on the Twitter. I've been on the Instagram. I've been on the Facebook. None of us saw this alleged open challenge that you said. But good news. This is my WrestleMania tank top. I see nothing but space and opportunity. Magic on the horizon. If you still would like a match, why don't you let me beat your ass right here, right now?
Impromptu Pat McAfee Miz match. Could you imagine? And of course, it's not going to happen. Oh, yeah. You got to have all three. Bunny, Pat, and Logan. Yeah, it's not happening. The tiniest. The only guy that can say tiny balls and start a chant.
People here, somebody has to be able to make a match official somewhere.
Who do we got coming out?
You know what? Check it out. I am the Dogfather and the host of WrestleMania, so I feel like I can make that match happen. Right now, we got a rep, we got you.
Are we doing this right now? Are we doing this right now? Let's go. Is this one of the big three surprises? I did not see this coming. I mean, even if it's not a big match, it's slow. I don't know if it's going to be a real match or just like a quick 2-minute stomper, or if it's just going to be over here in like 30 seconds. But get him, Pat. Wow, I was not expecting this impromptu even if it doesn't last that long, you know. Well, they spine buster. What does he think? He's Stone Cold? Let's fucking go for the brand. Woo! Wow. I mean, normally they don't do something like an impromptu match they didn't even have on the card, but I love it. They should do this more often. I mean, obviously, as the last match happens, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get Braun Breaker or Bray Wyatt or anything like that, but impromptu WrestleMania match. Oh, Pat with a backflip, baby. He said, come on. Woo! Super kick. It's crazy how good Logan and Bunny and Pat are, you know, but that's what it shows you. Not everyone can be a wrestler, but there are people that aren't full-time wrestlers that can be entertaining, that can fucking wrestle. God bless those three. Not Logan Paul, but Pat, and obviously Mr. Bunny. He said, tiny balls. Tiny balls, get in the ring. Tiny balls. Tiny balls. Oh, George Kittle? They're going to get Kittle involved like Gronk? Kittle's going to get out. Yeah, of course Kittle's coming out there. Oh, this is a dream come true for George. Get the fuck out of here. He's like, I'm not Rob Gronkowski, but I'm George Kittle. Boom. All right, George. Oh, Pat with the high risk. Get the fuck out of here, Pat. Let's go. What the hell? I did not think I'd be pulling up Pat McAfee or George Kittle photos tonight, but this is awesome. A little bonus extra. A quick, like 5-minute match, nothing too crazy. And you get a chance where you get George Kittle to make his dreams literally come true. Not only are you there at WrestleMania, but you actually get to do a couple moves. What does that mean for the future? After George is done wrestling and maybe like podcasts and stuff, will we see George in the WWE? Probably, you know, just like when Gronk had a little bit, but you know, George, you know, you never know. You never know. I think he loves wrestling more than Gronk does. Like George could be a part of WWE, you know, maybe part-time after he's done playing. Wow. Okay. Yes, of course. Corey always has to be, you know, the heel and, you know, talking shit, you know. Well, holy hell. What a surprise. So that's the first big surprise. I mean, it wasn't like a long match, but you wouldn't expect it to be a long match if it's just like impromptu. They kept it under wraps, and it's just like a quick 5 to 7 minute match, you know. Perfect. And then we're already on the 3-hour, 28-minute mark. So we can have this last match be 20 to 25 minutes, 30 if they'd like, and then we can end the pay-per-view. So fucking A, huh? So far, and then with that surprise, I mean, we're definitely sitting at if you want to be a hater, I guess you could say 8.5. But I think so far, based off my enjoyment of the pay-per-view, you know, I don't think it's not going to be a 10, even if this match is a 10. But I would say with that match being great also, We're having a solid 9 for day one. And I can't remember the last time we've had a solid 9 on a day 1 or day 2. So pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Next year, WrestleMania in Philadelphia. Eagle fans will be loving that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. You heard the news moments ago. 80,497.
Let's go.
For WrestleMania Saturday, and Pat McAfee once again undefeated.
Undefeated, he says. And I having Pat with, Michael Cole is much better than what they've been trying to come up with. I mean, announcing is everything. Hello. I know that you're sick, and I always make sure I reach out to all my people. I know a lot of people don't do that, and anyone can, talk and hang out and everything when everything is, going great. But sometimes, we get sick or we have things that happen, and I always, think in the back of my mind of all of the important people, to this channel, and I'm glad that you came in, and I don't know if you would have come in if I didn't message you or not. I know at some point you were going to come through, but I hope that you feel better. And I know that, a lot of people miss you. We miss you. And I hope everything is slowly, getting better. But obviously being a little sick sucks. I had a stomach flu and I was out for a week, and it was literally like the worst night of my life. Just restroom trips more than I can even bring up. And then I recorded for a couple days, and then I got banned for a week from YouTube for the very first time in my history. I was doing the World Baseball Classic, Team USA, Team Japan for the championship, and halfway through the game, they turned my stream off. And when they turned the stream off, I was still streaming, but they took all the people out, and then they sent me an email and gave me a copyright strike. And I thought, okay, well, I've had stuff like that happen before where they just take down the video or block you, and that's it. Right? Or block it in the United States, block the video altogether, and then case closed. But for whatever reason, they decided to block me for a week. So I was already missing out on income for a week of being sick and, being kind of broke, honestly, and then working for a couple days and then getting blocked for a week. That was terrible, and so I actually streamed on Twitter. And, when you stream on Twitter, you can't comment. Instead of me just being sad or mad for a week, I figured I should keep myself busy so I don't lose my mind and keep into a routine. That limited people, limited donos. We had to talk on the Discord. It was just very unusual. If you could chat on the Twitter, it would have made it a little bit better. But I had to keep streaming. I only missed one day, even if things were like limited. And and I've just gotten back within the last, maybe 3 days. So at least I'm back, and I figured out how to do thumbnails now, Holly. I didn't do any tutorials, but if you look at my last 3, it definitely has a very Johnny feel. And I just tried to mirror what he did, but I didn't know how to do the team logos or like the players. And I finally figured it out, by just experimenting and button clicking. And now I can do everything by myself. So if there is an opportunity for me to support Johnny, I will. Because he's the best. But I feel now with me having all the skills and knowledge, I should be able to come up with stuff that looks very similar and on his level. So that's exciting. So that should hopefully get us more views, more looky-loos, more clicks, and hopefully, more donos, more people, more subs, and more goats that we can have. Because that was the only thing I felt that I could improve on. If I'm going to have HD and 4K photos, I can't have a shitty thumbnail, but thumbnails are hard to make. It's not easy. And if you don't know how to do them. So a lot of my thumbs were very average, 5, 6, 7. I just did the best that I can do, but I wasn't happy with them at all, and then I finally figured it out. And now I should be able to put logos and images of people. So it's going to take it to the whole next level with everything. So it's exciting. We're starting to get this on a better level. And I'm going to be doing a lot of Mariner games as well. And maybe the Mariners will help me, not necessarily blow up, but it's hard to gain ground in the NFL, college football, NASCAR, basketball. So I'm thinking maybe baseball with the Mariners might be my ticket to kind of, start going in that upward direction. So No problem. I'm always going to reach out. Like I said, it's not just, donos, or, you know what I mean? Like, if you really do care, about people, you check up on them, and obviously we've had some incredible people like Holly and Cyber that have, held the channel down, for the existence of me being full-time, which was last year in January. And, I just want to make sure that you're okay. Oh, good luck on the whole job search and everything. And I hope your health gets better. And honestly, for your mental health, like I said, sometimes we need to be alone. Sometimes we just need to have, clear our own head, hang out with our cats or our dogs, but sometimes, when you have a great connection and you have great people, in the room, if you're gone too long, there's a piece of you that's a little missing that maybe you don't realize it at the time. But I'm really happy that you decided to come in, even if it's just for a little bit. And like I said, with the bond that we have, it's like even with me, it's like when I missed out on the opportunity to record for a week when I was sick, it hurt, and then obviously getting banned for a week hurt as well. Not only my pocketbook, but just my mental health and everyone else if they're going through things. So, yeah, but I'm better now. I am better now, and we miss you. Yeah. I mean, not so good necessarily for Johnny and the extra money, but, obviously the donos have been different this year compared to last year. I can't afford him anymore, right? If you're going to charge me like crazy prices like that, and I appreciate the work and the effort and the skill set is part of the price. And obviously he does 10 out of 10 every time, you know what I mean? But at 35 a pop, depending on where I'm at in donos, if I'm at like 50, and I have to pay 35, that doesn't make any sense. I need to pay rent and bills, So he kind of forced me to figure it out on my own because I can't afford him anymore and I want my shit to be better. So, it works out for me, and I'm excited, that I can kind of show off my personality now with the thumbs. $5 holla. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Appreciate you. It's like you haven't seen Tommy on the channel in a long time. I mean, you can never do enough without Tommies and Corgis and hanging out with the crew. But we've missed you. $5 holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. And I hope you feel better very, very soon. $112. Let's get to $200, baby. The Tommy Townsend. The GIF. Yeah. Just kidding, but slightly not. Sometimes just being able to hear a voice, or a message, or to see something, that puts you in a good mood, and I'm glad that you're here, even if it's just for a little bit. So we're getting to the main event on here, the last match of day one on WrestleMania. And then tomorrow I'm going to stream at noon for Richmond for NASCAR. And then after I'm done with that, we're going to directly go into WrestleMania day 2. So it's going to be probably 9 hours straight, which is going to be challenging, but it's two things that I enjoy, NASCAR and WrestleMania. So, we'll end up doing it. And yeah. Slightly not kidding. And it was a good one too. I wasn't trying to like hook, line, and sinker with the, but it's like, we haven't seen some Tommies, and I know a lot of people have missed you. And I thought I've missed myself not being on here, just being able to grind and whatnot. But it's like, it was really like terrible timing to like get sick for a week. Right. And then also, go for like 2 days and then get banned for a week, not having any funds, for like 2 weeks. Yeah, it made things tough, but luckily I got rent paid and everything. And, if rent has to be late, so be it. But as long as we don't get evicted and I can pay my bills and do everything, that's what it's about. Little Uzi Vert on WrestleMania. So we have Uzi lip syncing. So is this one of the other surprises then? I think I would have rather had Braun Breaker make a debut than see little Uzi Vert. Like, I know some people love Uzi Vert and whatnot, you know what I mean? But it's like, there's a time and a place for like country, rock, and rap artists. And when they blend it in with like the Super Bowl and like these WrestleMania events, sometimes it works. but sometimes it's just odd. You know what I mean? And this wrestling crowd, you got to understand, not every wrestling fan is a rap fan. So this is very weird. You know what I mean? And I imagine most of the wrestling fans are like, I am not interested. Even the people that like Uzi that are like, this is weird. Look, WWE is trying to grab everybody. They're trying to grab Pat McAfee fans, Logan Paul fans, Bad Bunny fans, little Uzi fans. Like they're literally trying to grab anybody and everyone. Oh, they got Usos coming out. Maybe that was part of it then. I was going to say, are we going to have a full performance? I want the match, baby. Oh, I like the white gear with the Usos. Very swaggy. And I was able to do, here, I'll show you. So we got Tommy. And then with the logos, instead of having logos that have a square or a circle, I try to find like the smooth, streamlined, like transparency. And then now, after every subject or anything that we talk about, I can pull up stuff like this. And then it just makes the overall presentation go from like the photo by itself, you know, like maybe an 8 or a 9. And then we blend in the team or whatever we're doing at the time. And it takes it to a whole nother level. So little subtle adjustments that I'm trying to make on every single stream. So, and that's what really actually started me off figuring it out, the thumbnails. It was just those images in the corner first. And once I figured out how to do those properly, then it led me doing like the images like this thumb that obviously I added Seth Rollins in the middle and Logan Paul and the logo. And, you know, you're just trying to find ways that, you know, it can be different. Most people that do the wrestling thumbnails, they just copy what they have from WWE that releases it. But I wanted to do something a little different. Awesome. I'm happy that you're here, Holly. Long time, no talk. We miss you very, very much. Here we go. The biggest pop for these two. We're going to squeeze in a corgi for Holly because that's what you do when someone is sick. They get Tommy and they get corgis at WrestleMania, baby. I mean, how can you say no to faces like that? Appreciate you. Right? Seriously. It's a winning combination. It's like peanut butter and jelly, you know, it's perfect. There we go. Let's go, Kevin. All right, main event of day 1 of WrestleMania. It's been good so far. I'm really liking the fit for the Usos. It reminds me of Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Was it against Randy Orton where he wore the white pants and had that look? All white with the red. It's a clean look. It looks very cool. And here we go, Sami Zayn. And then another person that's got the, you know, the chanting and whatnot. You know, anything oh that you say oh, you get that, you know, the Seth Rollins, the Becky Lynch, Jungle Boy. It's great. I don't know what it is, but, you know, wrestling fans love to participate and chant for their favorites. You know, whether it's doing the yes movement with Daniel Bryan, but I think the singing part is the best. Like Jericho has Judas, and that's the best wrestling theme song, you know, as far as crowd participation, singing his song that he created with Fozzy, his group, and then, you know, bringing it to AEW. But a lot of the ones where you can chant, you know, oh, in any type of form, it definitely gives you a different type of energy. The crowd participation is awesome. It like makes the, you know, hair stand up on your neck and your arms. I don't know how to describe it. It's just not everyone can pull it off, you know, but for the wrestlers that, you know, are the fan favorites, you know, I mean, you see how they react with Seth, and Sammy, and Jericho. It's like, even if you don't like Jericho, you're still singing the song, This is going to be why do they have Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn? Well, they have their shirts, but they could have came out with better gear than that. You know what I mean? That was like they just woke up and they're like, all right, I guess we're just going to wear these shirts. I mean, they could have had a kind of a cooler look, but obviously it's like, white collar, blue collar, kind of like, we're just going to beat you up type of thing. I do like the shirts though, but I don't know. And when it's WrestleMania, you want to show out, you want to have an outfit that like the Usos have, right? But I guess, one is looks, we're the champs, and the others is like, we're going to beat the shit out of you. But again, seeing them in not black would be kind of weird also. Usos. 2-0 Guardians with the top of the ninth. Gosh, this is what happens when I don't watch the Mariners, and now we're about to drop 2 in a row after starting off the season with a win. And this is our second best or third best pitcher. That's rough. I wonder how many Ks he had. 7. But we only have 3 hits, and Julio's got 2 of them. Fucking La Stella, the DH, has a fucking hit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Come on, Mariners. All right, here we go. Main event time for day 1. Jimmy and Jay. Sammy and Kevin. Let's go. WrestleMania. Yeah, we're more emotionally invested in the storyline than the Ripley and the Charlotte. So, they're just going to start, obviously, with what they wanted to do with, Cena and Theory, and they're going to finish it off with the Bloodline because they've been pushing this damn storyline for years. So they're doing this, and this is the accumulation of the storyline with the Bloodline, this, and then Roman and Cody Rhodes tomorrow. But what are the chances that we get all new champs today and tomorrow? That's the question. Will we get what the fans want, or will we only get one of the two? What would be the most surprising thing if Roman and the Usos retain? Would that be the most surprising thing? Maybe Usos retaining wouldn't be surprising, but Roman retaining would be surprising. Unless, I guess, they don't, want to go that particular route. I'd rather have Roman lose it to Seth, honestly, but if they want to go Cody's because of the whole Rhodes connection, with Dusty, his dad and whatnot. Dustin, Gold Dust, the brother in AEW. But then if Cody gets the belt, then he's got to drop it to Seth. There's no one else to drop it to. WrestleMania, baby. It's been good. But your boy is getting hungry. Might have to go make some steaks or something here. Your boy is hungry. But we'll finish out the pay-per-view. Oh, Mariners. This is what happened when I don't watch. I don't dress up and I don't do the stream. We lose. We'll get some more Tommy and Corgis, the best combination, as soon as this is over, if you're still in here. Saw Sammy wink. What would be the most surprising thing? That if Sammy turns on Kevin Owens again and the whole thing was a big sham and he's still part of the Bloodline? Would that be like the craziest twist ever? That at the very, very end, where it looks like that they're going to win the belts, and then he turns on Owens again and then joins the Usos, and then they're back to where they were, and that was the plan the whole time all along? This is me and my brain thinking of crazy things. That would probably be the craziest shit ever. No one would assume that would happen. I'm just trying to think of scenarios that would just make people say, what the hell? That would probably be the most surprising, even though we've seen them feuding back and forth. But oh, nice crossbody. Yeah, you also need to get some rest if you are sick. You got a cold, you got a flu, you got migraine, you got the chills, all of the above. I hope you get better. Lots of water and rest and vitamins, juices. Big suplex to Sammy on the outside. Flu. When I got that stomach bug, I have never been that sick in my life. I mean, I probably made like 70 trips to the restroom in a 12-hour period. It was the worst day. I thought I was going to die. I was like, this is terrible. Like when you feel like you got to throw up and you got to be on the toilet, I was like, this is hell. I was like, I don't even know if I could have done it 2 days in a row. And normally it's like if you get sick, it's like a couple hours, but to be consistently sick for 12 hours straight, the only other time I was like that is when I had food poisoning. And it was about 10 to 12 hours straight until I was better. Yeah, uncooked chicken at Fred Meyer, like popcorn chicken, and I haven't gone there since. I'm not going to test that deli ever again after that happened. I should have sued him. Is there anything specifically that you want to be able to see? But, let me know before you go. But if there's anything specifically, I got something that I'll bring up here.
Two and a half year run as champion, but think about the Usos and how they've grown in confidence and what they've been able to accomplish. It was back in July of 2021, Corey, when they first won the tag team titles. Cover to retain and a kick out. The Usos have redefined themselves, and dare I say, the entire tag team division in WWE. It has been a long time since anyone has dominated the division quite like the Usos have.
We're going to plug in the Chiefs logo there in the corner. Ooh.
This is what it means night after night. Live event after live event. WrestleMania after WrestleMania. They run things. This is our main event of WrestleMania Saturday. Sold out. Over 80,000 people here tonight. We're sold out again tomorrow night. As well. Over the top of the floor. Sammy's got a little bit of daylight to make a tag.
Make the tag, Sammy. All right, KO, get in there, baby. Oh!
Now Kevin turns his attention back into the ring. From the top rope, frog splash by KO toward the tag team titles. Are you not going to kick out? Credit to the determination of the Usos. From first and then second frog splashes. This is 270 plus pounds splashing down across the floor. Jey Uso not ready to give up.
Taking a little time. Always try to, help people out, especially if you're not feeling well. Tommy, Corgi, Nick Bolton, Tommy. It's a good day. We haven't had Tommy in a long time, so definitely good. Middle of the ninth, Guardians 2, Mariners 0. Damn it. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to win games today like Sarah and Jameson did, but can't win them all. Kevin Owens, whoa, high risk. That's what makes Kevin Owens so cool, that he's like a bigger wrestler, but he can pull off moves like a little tiny skinny guy. He definitely can do the high risk. And we got to see a little Pat McAfee there. Even George Kittle was participating. Pretty cool. 2. The We the Ones, the t-shirt looks like a Nike shirt, like with the Nike campaign that they had. It's kind of like a play off that. Oh, here we go. Owens. Yay. Owens is just so like aggressive and just like fast paced for his size, which makes him awesome. Jay. Get him, Sammy. Oh, shit. Oh, baby. Wow. 2. Can you imagine 20 more minutes of this? I mean, we're at the 3 hour and 55 minute mark when I started, but it's 8:41. So if it started at 5, 3 hours and 41 minutes? So 19 more minutes? But some of it might be celebration time, depending on who wins. Sammy. Two. Yeah, I'll definitely have to turn in. I'm not going to stay up super, super late. I'm going to try to get some type of sleep at some point. But yeah, obviously with NASCAR tomorrow and then this for another, 4 hours tomorrow. It'll be a long day. Oh, big super kick to Kevin Owens. Oh. Two. Andrew in the building. How are you? Oh, they busted out the Canadian flag. Oh. Super kick after super kick and a double super kick. 1, 2. Save it, Kevin. There we go. Answering for all of Sammy's sins just the same. Oh, goodness, that is it. Good night, good riddance. Just end it. Just end this match. End the punishment. End the torture. Continue the tag team reign. No. Just stay down, Sammy.
Some will say, I know you're in this ballpark, that Sammy deserves this. Others will say no one does. Sammy can't even stand. Multiple super kicks to the face. And again.
Mariners got shut out. Yeah, only 3 hits, and Julio had 2 of them, and La Stella had 1. Fucking terrible. It's because I didn't fucking watch it. And then I just fucking went into my feed, and I saw that one of my other friends fucking has cancer that lived here in Oregon, that he moved to Vegas, and I guess he's known for a while, but he just told people today. Terrible, terrible stuff. But I sent a message, of course. Get him, Sammy. 1, 2, 2. All right, here we go. Kevin Owens. Yeah. All the power bombs. Oh. What are we doing here? A double? Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, it's already, hard enough with Nate the Great, and then obviously now with my buddy Sean. And it sounds like that he doesn't want treatment because he already had cancer and it went away and it came back. And so he just wants to kind of go out on his own terms, which is, no one understands. You can't tell someone what to do. They decide what they want to do with their own life. And it's not like he hasn't had it before and he's making a rash decision. He's had cancer before and then beat it. And then I think this time around, it's like prostate cancer. And then it went to his spine. It's like spreading. It's like incredibly sad. Way too young to be able to go away. 2. Yeah. I mean, I wish he was still here in Oregon. I would, drive over to him, give him a hug. But he doesn't live here in Oregon anymore. Life is short. Like I said, you got to take advantage of every single day. Don't take anything for granted. Have gratitude. You never know, when your last day will be, showing up maybe sooner than you think. Live your life. Enjoy it. Good match so far. $3 holla, bang, 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 boom, 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 stacks on stacks, Rex on Rex, Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Thank you so much. $3 holla. Thank you. 115. Let's get to 2. But we didn't get to do the race with Mike last week, so I'm excited to be able to, try to see if, if I can upgrade the thumb, maybe we can get a little bit more traction and whatnot. But, like I said, you just never know how the algorithm is going to work. But what I do know is if I can improve the thumbs to an 8, 9, or 10 quality, every one moving forward now, we'll have a better opportunity to try to grab some potential people that could be a part of this channel long term. Oh, big kick. Haluba kick. A haluba kick. Yeah. Let's go, Sammy. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, well, like once the pay-per-view is over, we'll stay on for just a few more minutes after that, and then I'm gonna spend time with Paisley, and then eat, and then because like I said, we have like a 9-hour day tomorrow. So last time we had a day like that, it was very tough, to be able to do 2 streams back to back with no rest. But one will be just kind of watching NASCAR, so it's not like I'm doing a Mariner game, and then the next one is kind of watching because it's going to be WrestleMania, so it's not like I have to do a lot of play-by-play and reactions. So that is good. 1, 2, 2. All the kickouts. Sarah's like, I need the corgis. Oh, the corgis. What a card, huh? Pretty good. On paper, it looked good. And who would have thought that this would have been one of the top 2 matches in the day one? Stole the show. And a lot of great matches, especially if you can have 3 10s out of, 3 10s out of the 7. That's pretty special. And then 2 others that are like a solid 8. And then one that was a 7, and then one that was maybe a 5. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Yeah, but if, like I said, if you want to have the storybook ending, having Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn winning, and then obviously having Cody win would be incredible. But I mean, are they really willing to do that to all of the members of the bloodline, or just maybe 1 or 2? Maybe not all 3, but we will find out here shortly if we are going to get new champs or if they're going to keep the belts and then they're only going to have Cody lose, or maybe we have all bloodline win. I mean, who knows? I mean, if Vince has got his fingers on the pulse, shit, it would probably be the Usos and Roman retaining. Uso splash. 2. I think if the women's match and the Cena match were, 8, then I would say the overall night one was a 10. But I mean, like I said, a lot of excitement. The Cena Theory match underwhelmed. The women's match, I think, underwhelmed a little bit, but all the others were good. All the others were good. So, I mean, I would say a solid 9, 9.5 for day one. Like I said, for it to be a 10, I mean, that would mean that everything would have to be like a 7 or better. And I don't know. I don't think we got that. I mean, there's definitely one match that was under a 7, and that's that Cena Theory. But overall, it's definitely a 9, 10 feel for sure. And I can't even remember the last time I feel that we've had a 9 or 10 on day one before. Can you guys remember the last time that it's been this exciting? But also it's good storytelling, the buildup with the bloodline, and that's a big part of this. Because if the bloodline storyline wasn't so good with these 4, and then Roman, whoever, Cody, and all the, I mean, I don't think this WrestleMania would be as good. So that's a big part of it too, is building up the storyline months, weeks on weeks, days on days, and years on years. Ooh, big super kick. Yeah. Because you don't know who's going to win. Kind of like with the Charlotte and the Ripley, you kind of felt who was going to win, who deserved to win. But in wrestling, sometimes you don't get what you want. They don't care about the fans, especially Vince. Vince don't give 2 fucks about the fans. He wanted to, in his image. But I feel with Triple H and Stephanie and Khan, they feel more like a fan representation based off the finishes. Oh, shit! Owens! Oh, my. Wow. That was awesome. I was hoping that he wasn't going to drop him right there. Here we go. Let's go. Make the tag. What a match. What a buildup. Haluva kick. Come on. Let's go. And it has to be Sammy pinning for them to win. It has to. Haluva kick. Get him again. Yeet. Another one. That's two. Yes, stunner. Let's go. One more. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This is where we're going to end it right here. This is the end. One, two. Yeah. Let's go. We might not, let's see if we get the full board. It has to be Sammy. They did it. So hopefully we'll get Cody Rhodes tomorrow. And I don't know if we're going to get a breakup of the bloodline, but awesome. Awesome. It's like Kevin Owens to have a moment. And they didn't really give Kevin Owens a whole lot of belt opportunities, him and Seth Rollins. But to be able to do it with the two of them, yes, they can be good at singles. But to have them do it together, how fitting. As friends, as foes, as enemies, as best bros. Awesome. I'm really glad that they went through with that right there. What great storyline. What great wrestling. That would have been crazy if they would have done two. And on the third one, he turned and did it to fucking Owens. Luckily, we get our WrestleMania moment there. Awesome. Awesome. Very, very good. This day one with what happened right there, if we would have got the bloodline, I would still say 9.5. But you know what? I'm going to say it's a 10. And I normally don't say that. I'm very, even with the Cena Theory match maybe being a 5, every other match was a 7 or better, and 3 that I will never forget. That was one of the best day ones that we've seen. One bad match or average, and all the rest pretty much on point. 5 out of 7 being fucking lit and great. Wow. Day 2 won't be as good as this, but you're going to have 6 matches. But if we can get 4 out of the 6, that'll be equivalent to what we're getting today, 5 out of the 7. Awesome. 9.5. I think if the Theory Cena, would have been better. I know Lenny D would give it a 10 if fucking Cena would have won, and it would have been some like old school Cena match. I mean, if that match would have been at least a 7, like the women's, then I think we would have to be like, this is a 10. I mean, 2 7s, 2 8s, and 3 10s. I mean, when's the last time we had consistency like that? Incredible. Yeah, I don't think it's going to live up to day 2 won't. I mean, but you already know some of the matches that we got tomorrow. I got 3 that I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. And we already know what those are. Oh, my gosh. Roman and Cody, Bianca Belair and Asuka, Gunther, Drew McIntyre and Sheamus. And then even Edge and Finn will be kind of like Edge and Finn will be on the quality level of this, Rey and Dom, and Seth and Logan Paul. It won't be a 10, but it'll be like a solid 8, I feel. And then Brock Lesnar and Omos, that'll be just equivalent to this, a snoozer, a 5. And then we'll see the women's that are doing it tomorrow might be like this, like okay, but nothing too crazy. Well, let's try to get some photos here for Sarah and then just hang out here for just a few more minutes. And then we're going to call it a day so I can rest and then hang out with Paisley and make some food. So, wow, what a great WrestleMania. Wow. I mean, like I said, I'm so critical, if you've watched wrestling for, that's like my side eye right there. They're like, okay, how good is this really going to be? But Thank God. I mean, we're due as wrestling fans. You know, we don't want to have crappy AEW or WWE matches, and awesome to be able to see that they came through big there. Yeah, solid 9.5, or 10, you know, like just the way that it makes you feel, you know, it's going to be very tough to be able to compete with this. And I'm trying to remember, when's the last time that I've seen a WrestleMania day one that only had one match that, you know, kind of underwhelmed. But also, too, even though that this match underwhelmed, we got to see John Cena. So maybe not a 5. Maybe I can be a little bit, you know, nicer on it and give it like a 6. Just the simple fact that we got to see Cena. He brought out all the special needs and the Make-A-Wish kids out there on the stage. So there was some memorable things that happened. The intro, the Cena, no one really cares about Theory and whatnot, and then we also got the surprise match with McAfee and The Miz. So, I mean, if you want to claim it a 9.5, or 10, I don't think anyone's going to argue. I mean, that was one of the best WrestleManias I've seen in a long time. I can't wait. Oh, man. I can't wait. Just like these corgis, like, dad, dad, dad. Side eye. All the corgis. Well, WrestleMania was this. Pure electric. Wow. It's funny how you can get like emotionally like tired and spent when you're so invested in something that you've been watching as a kid, and fucking cool. Good time. And I'm glad I can spend it with you guys. Forbidden, my boy. How are you? What a great night, huh? Great night. You should have came in here earlier on, brother. I didn't know if you were busy or whatnot, but I'll be doing day 2. I'm doing NASCAR tomorrow, and you know, for Richmond, and then as soon as that's over, I'm doing WrestleMania day 2. So time to finish the story with Cody as well. Absolutely. I'm actually looking forward to Bianca Belair and Asuka, but the one that I think that besides the Roman and the Cody that I think that could steal the show, that could be very, very good, is obviously Gunther, Drew McIntyre, and Sheamus. That one could steal the show. So you'll be here for night 2. Awesome. Awesome, man. Heck yeah. Let's just go over some of the things here. A little thumb that I made. I'm going over some of the matches that we had. This one could have definitely been a little bit better, but gosh, so many amazing matches. This one stole the show. The first 10 of the night. This one was a nice solid 8, 8.5. Same thing with this one. Solid 8, 8.5. This one underwhelmed a little bit, was a little sloppy, but when you have some OGs that haven't wrestled on a regular basis, it's kind of, I assume this one and this one would be kind of the weak link. But then we finished strong. Ripley getting the belt, and obviously a belt change here as well. The beginning of the end of the bloodline. Pretty fucking sweet, huh? Incredible. What a night, huh? It could. The Edge is a little older, though. You know what I mean? Anytime you have older wrestlers, it's like thinking an Edge is going to be the Edge of, back in like 20 years ago. We have to also, Finn will be great, but Edge is a little slower, so he'll have to put in more work. But if Edge can do the spots, it has a chance to possibly steal the show as well. I agree. Holly with a $5, baby. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. What do you want to see here as we're going to be wrapping up? We'll probably stay here for another, let's do 13 minutes. That'll give me time to get, photos for a few of y'all, anything that you guys want to talk about, just a little bit right after WrestleMania, and then we'll be at the 4-hour and 30-minute mark. And I think that'll be a good time just to call it. You know how I like rounded numbers and whatnot. So, and obviously tomorrow's lineup should be very, very good as well. So we got Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair and Asuka, Gunther, Drew McIntyre and Sheamus, Edge and Finn Balor, Brock Lesnar and Omos, which will be terrible. Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Natalya and Shotzi, Rousey and Baszler, Deville and Green. That one might underwhelm a little bit as well. So you love the Edge. It's not dissing Edge, but let's be honest. Anytime you get a wrestler that's a little bit older, sometimes they lose a step a little bit, but I hope it ends up being good. Demon Judgment Day colors. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, especially when Dom with the purple and that would be very cool. I hope he does that too. If it's like a purple and black theme, that would be awesome instead of the red and black. if we do purple and black theme. Ooh. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. 120. Let's get to 200. All right, we got 12 minutes to go. Holly, anything specific that you want to see? And I got you. Then I'll make some food, hang out with Paisley. Man, what a pay-per-view. What a pay-per-view. All right, I'm going to get off of this here since this is over. I didn't realize I would be so hungry after not eating for 4 hours and 20 minutes, but here we are. Man, what a pay-per-view. Sucks that the Mariners lost, but I guess I was going to say, I can watch the replay of them getting 3 hits, but let's see. What do we got? We got Lord of the Rings, Deadpool 2, Men in Black 3, Bob's Burgers.
No, it's the United Federation of Museum Workers and Docents. They're on strike. Oh, like how my stepmom's on a sex strike till my guy fixes the VCR. Exactly. It hasn't affected much. We still have all the exhibits, all the fun, just 1/8 of the staff. Oh.
An Amazon exhibit? You mean the stay one sucks so bad out?
Oh, that's not open.
What? No!
The strike slowed us down there a little.
Whoa, nice pleasy
horses. What do you say?
Plesiosaur, the coolest dinosaur.
Henry, it's
Yes, thank you so much.
Animal, but what about picking a cooler animal, like a horse or miniature?
Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool to be able to have, like, if Christian was available, if he wasn't in AEW, and then you had Gangrel, and they did the whole Brood thing, and then the whole Judgment Day thing, that would be epic. But I'm not sure if they're going to do it, but I hope they do. Oh yeah, he's awesome. With being a face, it didn't work, right? But being a heel was more natural, and being with Judgment Day. But I like his progression, and I think he's going to end up being like a very natural heel, kind of like Logan Paul, where they don't really have to say anything. They're just going to be known as that heel just naturally. So yeah, I didn't like him, by himself as a face, but with him as a heel with Judgment Day, I absolutely love it, and I do love his progression as a heel. I love heels. Yeah, you can't win them all, but we won opening day, so that's good. Bray Wyatt, Braun Breaker, somebody. I mean, hopefully, and we might get something on Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania, but hopefully we'll get Braun Breaker or, Bray Wyatt or something. Like, having no Bray Wyatt in WrestleMania seems weird, but all right. Well, I'm going to throw up some Chief stuff for you while we do that. We'll throw up the Chief logo. I mean, we haven't seen some good old Tommy in quite a while. Plus, you're sick, you need a little bit of cheering up. No. Burger King. No. Down, not in my way. BK, have it your way. You rule. And like now they have so many variations of the Burger King commercial. I thought it was already terrible when they started it off. Now they have like 6 different commercials, all different, and they keep making more. And then on top of that, Sonic is now doing the singing with their commercials because they're piggybacking off Burger King's success with their singing and their commercials. Unbelievable. AJ Styles' return would be awesome, but I think he's still hurt though. Ooh, Cameron Grimes, that would be another one, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, bro.
You're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration. How do you make like it never even happened?
And then hopefully when you get feeling better, we can get some of this at some point. Some beautiful art.
Why are 93% of Sleep Number speakers
Whoever drew this is good.
You can adjust your comfort and firmness on either side. Your sleep number setting to help relieve pressure points and keep you both comfortable all night. Save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 smart bed. Ends Monday.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100
Yeah, it was
days
cool.
to change your mind.
It was cool seeing Kittle out there, kind of like a Gronk feeling.
Anything else I can help you with?
Like what?
VisionWorks. See the difference. At Papa John's, we start with better. Like our fresh, never frozen dough made from 6 simple ingredients. And our dough can save you dough. Get 2 or more Papa Parents favorites for just $6.99 each.
Yeah. And it wasn't that Jalen was the one that lost it for you. It's your guys' defense. So, you know, and defense is everything. You got to be able to get sacks and picks. And if you don't get sacks and picks and you're going to be going against Burrow or Mahomes, you're going to lose every time, you know, and you got to lose before you win. So I think the Eagles will have a shot to be able to, you know, get a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. You know, you're going to have certain people stay, certain people go, but it really what it's going to come down to is the defense.
I need to blow my nose.
Okay.
I can only blow it if you hold it. Nummy.
Oh my God.
Bob, time for a head count.
4, 8, 10, 14, 16. I'm going to push you now, Ollie. I'm going to push you away now.
I understand.
Okay, who's missing? Oh man, Louise. Figures.
Are we good?
Yeah, definitely. I just gotta go over here for a second. Be right back. Of course she's in there. Louise. Louise, come out of the plants.
Oh, please. I'm just a talking plant. My name is Leafy Greenbrier.
And I am Kate Bush.
Listen, both of you, I know you're not excited about this museum, but I can't have you kids being missing Marvins or whatever that stupid thing Franz said.
Walk away, Wendy's.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
What's your name?
Regular size Rudy.
Regular-sized Rudy? Why do they call you that?
Just look at me.
Okay. Listen, you two are supposed to stay with the group.
Ugh, Dad, when I hear stay with the group, I leave the group.
Yeah, Louise, that can be annoying. Which way do we come in? Come on, this way.
No, you come on. Dad, look around. We're in the jungle. Ah! Can we just for a second walk around a little?
It's kind of impressive.
Yeah.
But we both know I have to take you guys back.
You remind me of my mom.
Nice progression out of Jalen as well. You know, instead of like I thought he was a Dak 2.0, but now, you know, Dak is a Jalen 2.0. How things have changed. You know, it seems like Dak is kind of hitting a wall and he's not very good in the fourth quarter. He did improve each year, but there's kind of limits with Dak's game. And I think Jalen has surpassed him and it's pretty clear. But, you know, that was a compliment for me to give him as a Dak 2.0 because I thought Dak was a top 10 quarterback. So I bet. An amazing person drew it. Yeah, but they I don't know if you saw on the thing where they had Jason and Travis that were trying to reach out to Chiefsaholic, and supposedly, I don't know if it was the real Chiefsaholic, but they wanted to be able to do an interview, but he's on the run. He skipped bail. He cut off his ankle bracelet, and then I don't think he's been found yet, but they were talking, oh, we want to do an interview with you, but yeah, doing an interview with a fugitive wouldn't be good. Yeah. Well, plus when you got 3 people behind you pushing you in the butt in the back, you're going to get a lot of yards. Chiefsaholic, you know, you lie, you cheat, you steal. And for me to believe that he was going to do that, that was almost a given, you know. I mean, he just got too greedy wanting to go to all the away games in the front row. I mean, if he would have just did, you know, stuff at the home games in Kansas City, but you got greedy and you had a gambling problem and, you know, and one thing left to another. So, Chiefsaholic.
Okay, I think the coast is clear. Let's get back to the group.
Well, we just hit from the guard. We're having fun here. Come on, let's go to the still cut just so we can say we did it. And then we can go back to the boring group and that no fun fun and have a crappy day just like you want. Please?
It's literally a hot on filth.
Fine. Still tut, and then that's it.
Still hot. Still hot. Still hot.
Rudy. Rookie.
I know.
Now we're all whispering.
So now that
for you to check off here, Zeke. They all have hair covering their boobs. Like a stupid fashion magazine, right? But not so fast. And 3, 2, ta-ta-ta! No nip, though. Wow, your cousin's really into this. I never heard of anyone having a boob fetish.
I got to start here.
Ralph, this isn't even remotely realistic. I mean, the Stegosaurus.
Henry, what did I say about dinosaurs?
Why are you talking that way?
I'm just trying to help you, Henry, okay, buddy?
And I'm just trying to help you, buddy. All I'm saying is the Stegosaurus is obviously.
Honey.
Huh?
No.
What a dork.
I know.
Whoa. You think I'm the dork?
Of course, everyone does.
No. You're the dork.
Huh. Well, there's only one way to solve this.
Well, there's probably like a lot of different ways, but why don't we try your dorky way?
Yeah, well, because it's not the dorky
Can you
way.
just drop
Yeah, the Kelly Green jerseys are going to be awesome. You know, you got Seattle Seahawks are going to have their jerseys. Tampa hopefully does the white version of the creamsicle jersey. Yeah, so we're going to get some really amazing jersey and helmet combinations this year. So
Now, let's go back.
Whoa. The still hut was my fun jungle idea. Now, what's one from you? What do you got?
Go
Don't
back.
say go back. Warren Fitzgerald wouldn't say go back. Warren Fitzgerald would say you've gone soft.
Warren Fitzgerald from my zebra story.
Yeah, from your fun past.
I've got ideas,
I don't believe you have ideas unless you say them out loud.
If I look around, I can come up with something.
Okay, well then look around and come up with something.
Okay, there. We're gonna go right there.
you know that Donovan at Syracuse. I got to hit you with a throwback every once in a while.
We can fly.
The Kelly Greens, they look awesome. I mean, like I said, it's just a good color. It kind of reminds me of the Oregon Ducks, and they're just really easy on the eyes, and they look awesome. Let me see if I can find. I mean, I got this one's like a Michael Vick in it. I mean, it's just awesome looking. Like this is going to be a very high selling jersey. Like many Eagle fans that even already have a Kelly Green jersey from back in the day, there will be a lot of jersey sales. And then obviously with the helmet as well. I mean, everything is just awesome. And it's not just the jersey, the helmet and the color is a big part of it as well. Michael Vick. Is that Kevin Kolb? Oh, baby. Well, I appreciate you guys. The Houston Oilers ones are great too. Absolutely. Those might be recognized as one of the best ever for sure. Well, we're 4 hours and 31 minutes in. I got like 8 or 9 hours to do tomorrow with Richmond for NASCAR at noon, and that'll probably go till 4. And then WrestleMania day 2 starts at 5. So I might have like a 30-minute break, maybe. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you to everyone that has donated, came in, shared on the Twitter, came in even when they were feeling sick, like Holly. Thank you to everyone who came through Cyberpunk as well with the big dono. It's just nice to be able to get a lot of the goats back in the room together. You know, things have been a little different, based off the group and also me being sick and the band and everything. So hopefully we can kind of get back into getting the same regular people back together, getting the band back together, because I do miss a lot of you guys, and it's nice to be able to have everyone together as much as possible. That is big facts. The biggest facts of them all. Let me see here. Now I just got to find what I used. Let me see. I think it's this one and this one right here. And I think I can take down this, go here, and then I can go here, just like that. Well, you guys are the best. Yeah, no problem. I hope you feel a little bit better and come through if you can, just to hang out and talk, and everyone can kind of enjoy it. And it's WrestleMania, so you already know it's going to be exciting. It's going to be good. Maybe not every match. Might not know all the names of all the people, but it'll be fun. It's always a fun time when we can hang out with the group. And wow, WrestleMania was freaking electric. And we'll be back tomorrow grinding it out. Like I said, Richmond at 12 o'clock. And then we'll go into WrestleMania day number 2. Thank you to everyone. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. Get some rest, hang out with your pets, get some good food, get some sleep. And we'll be back tomorrow grinding it out. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Love you guys. Appreciate you. And I'm out. Gang.